I want to welcome all of you to Finance Day on the UNEP Pavilion. We're here at the Climate Change Conference, COP28 in Dubai, and I would like to introduce our opening speaker for the day, Mrs. Jodi-Ann Wang. She works at the intersection of sustainable finance policy and climate justice at the Grantham Research Institute on Climate Change and Environment at the London School of Economics. She works with governments and financial institutions on implementing regulatory frameworks and actions needed to align the financial flows with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Jodi-Ann is passionate about intergenerational justice. She serves as a member of the UN Expert Group on Resource Management, the Pan Commonwealth coordinator of the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network, and she previously negotiated at the G20 as a Canadian youth delegate. Welcome, Jodi-Ann. We're very happy to have you here, and please come to the stage with us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone who is here in person and tuning in virtually. As Helen introduced, my name is Jodi-Ann, and I'm very excited to give the opening remarks today. It's Finance Day, and I think Finance Day is quite special for a few reasons, both positive and other aspects that are not so positive. I think, first of all, it's highly anticipated. It's one of the most highly anticipated agenda priority at COP28, not only because finance is a critical enabler for implementing our global climate actions that are needed, but also finance has been a source of grievance, of division, of bottlenecks in negotiations and in building the trust that we need to advance global cooperation on climate action. Secondly, Finance Day is special because it convenes a very diverse group of stakeholders. These stakeholder groups who otherwise might not meet if it weren't for COP28, but they actually are direly needed to interact with each other because the action that they take are implicated in each other's livelihoods. From finance ministers to central bank governors and development banks, financial regulators, to private financial actors like asset owners, asset managers, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds. I genuinely hope that the financial actors that we convene here today at COP are here because they want to shift the financial system and do more good for current and for future generations. Another key aspect of the stakeholder communities that are here on Finance Day are communities whose livelihoods are severely impacted by financial decisions over the past decades that have deepened climate change, whose future are directly depending on the financial system transformation that is aligned with a low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development pathway. Lastly, and most importantly, what makes Finance Day important is that the transition is not free. It has a cost to it, and it requires a whole suite of financial actors to put their money where their lines are taken and take action. I want to go through some key numbers just to remind us all of where we're at, both in terms of climate change and in the financial system shift that's needed. We're currently on a 2.5-degree temperature rise if we implement all conditional NDCs. We've seen 86 days recorded over 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Adaptation financing, a key resource to provide resilience to frontline communities, has dipped by 15%, around 21 billion US dollars. And 55 countries of the most climate vulnerable economies alone have experienced losses and damages of more than $500 billion in the last 20 years. What makes it important is we actually need more data for loss and damage to develop vulnerability and resilience indexes to determine how we mobilize the actual financing for loss and damage. To prevent more losses and damages, adaptation financing is needed, but it is not the most attractive to mainstream investors. Every billion invested in adaptation against coastal flooding leads to about 14 billion US dollars in reductions in economic damages. But on the other side, fossil fuels benefited from record subsidies of 13 million per minute in 2022. Multiple global crises and multiple global shocks over the past 5 years have wrought devastating consequences for the poorest and most vulnerable communities globally. Today, many countries owe more in debt services to multilateral lenders than what they receive in financing from them. They need to spend 2.3 times more on serving their net interest payments than on social assistance, 1.4 times more on servicing debt than on domestic health expenditures, and 60% of what is needed to spend on education. When we talk about a just transition, when we talk about climate justice, when we talk about intergenerational climate justice, it really should not rob the people who are structurally vulnerable in today's society and make them more vulnerable in this process. Women and children and people with disabilities and people with color, their future and their right to live on a clean and healthy environment should should form the basis and their basic access and needs to essential services. So all that is to say, a lot hinges on this COP28 in material discussions and in advancing what finance can do and what the financial system transformation needs to look like for planetary resilience. We need to not only think about what the financial target needs to be, of course, that's very important amidst discussions on the new collective quantified goal, but also how. There are discussions and the mechanisms of delivery, whether it be via Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement about aligning financial flows with a low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development, or the force that is behind the Bridgetown Agenda. These discussions should not only take place at COP, but COP provides a pivotal moment for them. They need to take place around the year. The finance and justice nexus, as I've mentioned, is particularly relevant for COP28. For financing pledges that we deliver to have teeth, to actually mean something for the people that they're supposed to benefit and impact, they should be material. The new collective quantified goal and discussions around financial goals have been a source of grievance that have deepened global inequality and divide, but also it's an opportunity for us to course correct. The global goal on adaptation that is still being negotiated needs to help rebalance the disproportionate efforts towards adaptation and provide the right financing and technical assistance in the establishment of policy environments for adaptation. The work program on just transition also has a dire financing component because it helps lay out the national just transition pathways and the sectoral pathways that are needed to provide a blueprint for finance to be mobilized and delivered. Loss and damage financing needs to move at rapid speed, and the Secretariat of the Loss and Damage Finance cannot afford to make the same mistakes that we have made previously with development financing. And lastly, COP28 has provided us discussions and agenda items that have not been on the COP agenda before, but are actually frontiers of what it means to finance justice. That includes health for both ecosystem, public health, and in tackling environmental racism and issues with air quality and chemical pollution, and also on oceans, one of the most underinvested SDGs out there. So today, we're all going to be here at UNEP Pavilion, whether you're tuning in person or virtually, and there will be a whole suite of events available that discuss and hopefully tackle some of the thorny issues I've laid out. The UNEP Pavilion is in building 87 in Zone B7 of the COP venue. And just to give you an idea of what you can expect from both public and private investment for climate action, which is what we will focus on today, at 10:30 a.m., which is shortly after I speak, we will talk about tackling the true cost of financing adaptation. This dives into the 2023 UNEP Adaptation Gap Report. At 11:45 a.m., we'll touch on unlocking sustainable investment in nature-based solutions for climate action and some of the innovative finance solutions that are currently out there that UNEP has nurtured in the domains of land use and adaptation. At 2:15 p.m., we'll talk about catalyzing NDC investments, which is really needed amidst the ongoing discussions around the global stocktake and the ambition that is needed for the next round of NDCs. At 3:30 p.m., we'll discuss unleashing climate resilient infrastructure investments, which is important for adaptation and for preventing losses and damages. At this event, we'll talk about the efficient pathways for African and developing nations, organizations, financial institutions, and the private sector to accelerate sustainable infrastructure investments, design policies, attract financing, and foster public-private partnerships for a climate resilient world. And at 4:45 p.m. lastly, We'll talk about the financial system, as I've mentioned, and the quest for net zero, using some of the best available science to enable a smooth yet determined economic transition. I think it's really important that the financial pathways that we lay out for the transition needs to be based on the best available science and need to be underpinned by the best available science. Now, to wrap up, if there's one takeaway that I want all the participants who are here with us in person and virtually to hold as we move through Finance Day and after COP, it's actually four key points. One, talk to each other. As I open with, there are a lot of actors and stakeholders who view Finance Day as one of the most important days at COP. They are often from seemingly dialectical spaces, but they desperately need to talk to each other. The entire value chain, from the provisions of finance to the recipient of it and everything in between, government, policymakers, financial actors, stakeholders, civil societies, especially those who will be most impacted by the financial decision making of today, we need to talk. And only by talking to each other, we can build trust. And building trust is important to advance negotiations, to continue cooperating at the pace and the depth that we need. The third thing I want to say is we need to move at global speed. We know the technology gap, the financing gap, the adaptation gap, the emissions gap, the production gap that currently exists. And the just transition would not be just, and financing a just transition would not be just if it doesn't move at a global speed and take everyone along. And fourthly, be the catalyst. Be the one to go in first and be bold in your investment decision and your long term investment decision. And consider the role that you currently have in the financial sector and who you can mobilize and catalyze and influence and engage with to move the entire system with you. And I think only by doing the above can we stay nimble and can we reach the scale of finance that is needed to deliver on a livable, just, and resilient world. Thank you, and I look forward to the rest of the day.
Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome here to the UNEP Pavilion today, Monday, the 4th of December, 2023, at the COP28 in Dubai. Today is the UNEP Pavilion Finance Day, and we are really happy to have all of you here in the room. The session we are now kicking off is on adaptation finance. And this is about the Adaptation Gap Report 2023 results on the finance gap and the need to scale up climate resilient finance. We will have a number of panelists and we have a moderator, and I will quickly introduce them, followed by the moderator's presentation. Our moderator today is Dr. Henry Neufeld from the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center in Denmark. He is the chief editor of the Adaptation Gap Report 2023 by UNEP, the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, and the World Adaptation Science Program, the WASP. He will be accompanied by Peter Pauw from the Technical University in Eindhoven, one of the key authors of the finance chapter, and he is accompanied by Amalie Amin from the British International Investment Organization from West Asia, United Arab Emirates, Ms. Hope Murera, the CEO at ZEP-RE in Kenya, welcome, and Lena Osman, Regional Head of Sustainable Finance at Standard Chartered Bank, also in the United Arab Emirates. With that, I'd like to hand over to our moderator for this morning, Dr. Henry Neufeld. Let's welcome him to the floor. Please.
Good morning. Thank you, Martin, and glad you could all make it here today. My name's Henry Neufeld, as Martin already said. I also am the head of impact assessment and adaptation at the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, besides managing and leading the GAP reports. And this year's GAP report was special in the way that it provided a deep revision of previous adaptation finance numbers and figures. And with that, we came up with a new estimate of the adaptation finance gap. And Peter is going to be, oh yeah, I need to speak closer to this thing. And so I mind my posture. So Peter will talk about the new findings that we presented in the report. He'll also talk about the bridging of the gap and focus specifically on the private sector components. And that is the second part of our session today. We will have not presentations, but statements from three of the panelists. And when they come on stage, I'll introduce them again so that, and I have questions for each of them so that we can all learn their experiences and the way they are dealing with the questions of identifying the risks to businesses and how to identify adaptation opportunities, shifting from risk management to positive impact through innovative finance, and shaping the policy landscape leveraging private sector finance for adaptations. These are the three major questions we're trying to address today. So, Peter, so we don't lose any more time, we will be sitting here in front so that we can see his presentation as well. You have the floor. And you can just leave that.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Henry. Can everybody hear me well? Maybe, yeah, that's probably. I have to bow. Is this one on? Yes. Okay, great. Thank you all for joining. I'll briefly share with you some insights from this year's adaptation finance gap. So there's one chapter every year where we write about finance. And this year we did a full new analysis of the adaptation costs and the adaptation finance gap. So adaptation finance gap is basically defined, or we define it as the difference between the estimated costs of adaptation and the finance that is actually available to cover those costs. And this is a difficult thing to actually estimate because it depends on the expected climate change. Are we heading towards 1.5 or 2 or 3 degrees? What to adapt to, right? Do we also need to adapt for the adaptation deficit that we have? And to what extent do we want to adapt? Do we want to keep the world as it is? Do we want to adapt to, let's say, where marginal costs to the marginal costs? Or and so it's a difficult thing to actually determine. So those numbers should always be taken with a bit of salt. We focus on developing countries or the non-Annex 1 countries because that's where most interest is in the context of these negotiations. So in terms of the costs, we basically determine them in two different ways. We have a, let's say, top-down model. We use several models for several sectors, and that you see in the upper right. So the modeled costs are around 250 billion US dollars per year this decade, which is around 0.5% of global GDP. And as you can see, the most costs accrue actually in the infrastructure and flooding sector, so rivers and coastal. Then we also look into national adaptation plans and nationally determined contributions to identify what countries actually mention as their finance needs. So there's, I think, around 100 documents that include these kind of needs. Estimates, some of them are, let's say, comprehensive, other are only cover a couple of sectors. But it appears from an extrapolation that the costs then would be around 387 billion per year. So that's why we say the costs of adaptation are likely in a range of 215 to 387 billion a year in developing countries alone. What you see in the graph here, which I think is very important to also say, is that the costs of adaptation in upper middle income countries, which is the green bar, and higher income countries are actually much higher than in lower income countries, which is the blue bar. But if you look at the costs per GDP, they are actually higher in the poorer the country, the higher the relative costs are. And that's very important to remember because adaptation financing is very much an equity issue as well. This cost indication is a significant increase compared to the last estimate we did in 2016 in current prices. And that reflects, of course, the changing climate and the increased insights in the costs. So that's the costs. And then we have the finance gap. And we estimate the finance gap to be so that's the costs minus the finance that is already available, right? And we estimate that gap to be 194 to 366 billion. And that's basically partly because we don't really know the total flow of private adaptation financing and of domestic expenditure. Both sources are very likely to be significant. A lot of developing countries have started to invest a lot in adaptation. And we also know that the private sector is investing in adaptation. We know we have examples, case studies from private sector investments in adaptation from around the world in each and every sector. But the problem is there's no comprehensive data set. So we don't have a complete overview. Plus the private sector very often uses a different language. So they deal with risks rather than invest in adaptation, right? So this gap is basically the difference between the cost estimates and the international adaptation finance flows. And I mean, it might seem like a huge number, but if we compare it to what is spent on, I don't know, the military or COVID responses, it's really not that much. It is something we could potentially cover. So then we also look into how to bridge this gap, right? And we identify a couple of options. There's more out there. This is more like a discussion starter. And we came up with this diagram, which is a bit of an onion, and it shows, the further you go out, the more international cooperation is required to actually use this source of finance. So one we look at is, and what is also important to say, there was this pledge made in Glasgow to double international adaptation finance, public adaptation finance. And in our calculations, that would only cover around 5 to 10% of the gap, right? So that indicates how extremely difficult it will be to close the gap with international climate finance, actually, from public sources. So the additional sources we look into include remittances. So very much disputed whether you can use these for adaptation or whether you could support governments to, let's say, nudge people to use these for adaptation, of course. But it is a big flow of finance. It's around 700 billion in 2021, flowing from migrant workers towards their families back home. And if this could somehow be used for adaptation, it would already make a big difference. But of course, it's up to the recipients of the remittances. Then increasing finance for SMEs. This doesn't necessarily increase the overall adaptation finance, but the realization that SMEs are the backbone of many developing countries' economies is crucial to understand their role in adaptation. Plus the fact that they often have a very low access to finance inhibits them from investing in adaptation at the moment. The reforming of the financial architecture. I don't want to spend too much because I'm thinking also out of time soon. But this is basically the whole discussion that was initiated in the Bridgetown Initiative, right? So the Bretton Woods institutions have been created for, let's say, the post-World War II era, and they might not be, let's say, up to speed to actually address present-day challenges. And then there's a lot that they could do more in terms of climate change, including adaptation. And then finally, the implementation of Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. This was a milestone in Paris, actually, but it hasn't hardly been on the agenda ever since of the negotiations. And we think it's crucial to move it up the agenda because it will probably do much more for adaptation than the 100 billion, for example. At the same time, it is quite disputed because if you would implement Article 2.1c in full, it might mean that a lot of investments in particularly vulnerable developing countries are more difficult to make. And so that's why I think it should be on the agenda here, so that you can deal with that, right? Because it basically means that the risks of investments in a lot of vulnerable developing countries are getting too high, and that therefore the investments will, if you're in bad luck, will flow less. I think I'll keep it there. I would have a lot more to say. It's a big report. It's an interesting read. Go and read it. But I think my time is up. So thank you a lot.
Thank you, Peter. So we'll keep Q&A for after the second part. Write down your questions and hold on to them, please. We will have time for that, but right now we don't, because we have three more panelists now, and maybe everybody would like to come up front here. Peter, Lena, Amali, and Hope, please. And I'm going to hand you're Lena, right? I'll pass the microphone. And stick with this thing here. Great. So the question to Amali first, actually, would be, private finance is largely missing from tracked adaptation finance, as we just heard. How can public financial institutions leverage finance from the private sector? That's our question for you.
Thank you. So I'm with British International Investment. So we're a DFI, and we only do private sector investment, mainly in Africa and Asia, particularly South Asia. So for us, climate adaptation is a key priority. We know that the markets, the countries where we invest are particularly vulnerable. So we've been working on this for a number of years now. We have our own strategy, and in fact, as Peter mentioned, this Article 2.1c, our response to that, we have our own strategy to be aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement, and we've interpreted that as having three main building blocks: the investing to support the transition to net zero economies, investing in a way that also can support a just transition, and the third pillar is adaptation resilience, which obviously everyone's interested in here. Now, we've been looking at that in a number of different ways. Of course, we're very much focused on how to ensure resilience of all of our investments, our assets, particularly infrastructure. But we've also been looking at how to invest more in companies that can also bring adaptation resiliency solutions, technologies, services. I won't say a lot about that now, because what I do want to focus on is an initiative that we launched at the end of 2020 with some partners, FMO, AFD, the Global Centre for Adaptation in particular. We launched with FCDO, our shareholder, the Adaptation Resilience Investors Collaborative. And that has now grown. We're 18 members, mostly DFIs, some MDBs, bilateral development agencies. And we were delighted that at COP27, UNEP FI, we entered into partnership with UNEP FI, who are now the secretariat and partner for the collaborative. And through that, we've been focused on three main areas of work. The first is, as I think was referred to, the importance of ensuring we are taking a more common approach around physical climate risk across the development finance, but of course the broader finance and investor community, so that we're increasingly sending the right signals and understanding that can enable the right kind of investments to support a resilient transition and also avoid potential for assets and investments to not be resilient and actually lead to, I mean, obviously, failure of those assets as a result of climate impacts not only has a financial implication, but also a development implication. The development impact would be lost as well. So that's a really important area for us. The second that I'm not going to talk about, because there is a session here this evening at 6 o'clock to talk more specifically. I'll be talking actually with Remco from UNEP FI on investor relevant metrics for adaptation, which we see as really important. And then the third area is how we can collaborate more with other partners, other impact investors, financial institutions to really mobilize at scale more adaptation finance, with ourselves focused on the private sector, but we also know it's critical to increase investment from the public sector as well. So I'll stop there and happy to elaborate on any of those points.
Okay, we're catching up on time. That's good. We'll have more time for questions. Hold on to your questions. So, Hope, I'll pass on to you. And our question to you is insurance can play a key role in mitigating climate-related risks. How can insurance-based approaches catalyze greater adaptation finance from the private sector? And you can just say a few words about yourself as well if you want to.
Thank you. So my name is Hope Morera. I'm CEO and Managing Director of ZEPRI. ZEPRI is a Pan-African reinsurance company that is playing in this space that maybe no other reinsurers on the continent are doing. And we came to this point because the protection gap is actually expanding. It's not increasing, especially on the African continent. And we knew that unless we tackle the climate risks and challenges, then we would not be relevant. So I'm so happy that insurance is coming to the fore in COP conversations because really you cannot have any resilience without insurance. And I'll talk about two projects or programs that we are running at a continental level that speak to this. One of them is DRIVE. DRIVE is de-risking, inclusion, value chain enhancement for the pastoral communities in the Horn of Africa. If you think about the Horn of Africa, the worst hit by drought. In 2022, we had the worst drought in 40 years, and livelihoods are completely shattered. So this is a project that's been funded by the World Bank and by GRIF or Global Shield, and we are implementing it on behalf of the governments of the Horn of Africa. And it is an interesting project that shows you how the private sector actually, we can mobilize the private sector and the public environment, enable a good environment to get these things to work. So we have on board about 19 insurance companies in the region. We have the global reinsurers, about 8 of them on cover. We have banks in the region. We have the World Bank. We have, food program as aggregators. And what happens here is that together we're able to provide financial solutions. There's a savings component for everybody that onboards this project, digitally driven completely. 57% of our beneficiaries are women. And then the insurance component is a cover for cows, sustainability, which is not when the cow dies, but when the drought hits, and then they can be able to buy fodder. It connects into what is called component 2, which is where there's investment now, heavy private investment into fodder production, market access, and to date we've reached about 2 million people, over 300,000 households within the Horn of Africa, starting with Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, and Djibouti. We have mobilized women groups, thousands and thousands of women groups, and creating an aggregation system for sustainability that's based on women. We have brought in funding that is blended around investing in these regions, around further production and all that. And we've mobilized, we don't think about investment when we think insurance capacity, but it is capital. We've mobilized about $400 million of capacity in just year one of the project. We've mobilized to date $40 million in terms of insurance premiums, 20% paid by the pastoralists themselves. So this is how insurance gets in the middle of it, and really that does bring resilience. The second one is ECA Africa. It's a subsidiary that we have, which stands for Agriculture and Climate Risks Enterprise. It's an agri-tech. It's bringing technologies to provide credit access to smallholder farmers. Banks would like to lend to smallholder farmers. They find them very vulnerable. There's no data. There's no access. We provide that bridge. We provide information about the farmers, advice to farmers around the right seeds. We partner with seed companies. And we've seen more and more capital going into funding the smallholder farmers. So yes, insurance has to be center, and I'm happy indeed that it's coming to the fore for this to work. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Hope. And again, hold on to your questions. Last, certainly not least, Lena. Standard Chartered Bank has chaired the PRB's Adaptation Working Group and released its Adaptation Finance Guide earlier this week. How can banks manage the risks from climate change and deliver impact on adaptation to their clients? That's our question for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for having me. And thanks for sharing the results of the report. I'm very interested in going through it in detail. So earlier this year, just to kind of give a bit of context, earlier this year, what we did was we commissioned a report around the adaptation economy and looking at the cost for certain countries, about 10 countries that we looked at in our footprint markets to kind of assess the impact of or the need for adaptation finance. And the results were not very different. We looked at the cost of that it will take now just for these 10 markets, but also the impact that it will have if we were not to kind of invest that amount of money. So 30 or so billion dollars of capital that has to be invested this decade just in these 10 markets. Otherwise, in a 1.5-degree scenario, so best case scenario, we're facing about $377 billion of costs just incurred on these economies, and the growth and the impact of foregone growth in these economies. So essentially, that was a call for action for us, and we started thinking about how do we think about adaptation finance as a bank? How do we finance a lot of these projects, and what do we need to do? So yes, we chaired that working group. There is a guidance. It's a guidance note basically for financial institutions around how they should think about adaptation finance. What are the themes and activities that can be that should be looked at, that should be focused on? What are the kind of ideas around concepts and structures that could be put in place? But obviously, there is a lot of need for partnership and cooperation to scale that up and have a kind of a meaningful impact. So that was kind of one part of it. The other part of it is so this kind of guide is in consultation for the next couple of months, I think until end of Jan, and then we will kind of get feedback from the market and have additions to it. The second part of this is that we're looking, so we have a green and sustainable product framework. So we took adaptation to a level where we're thinking about how we started our journey with green, sustainable, social transactions. And that kind of guides the projects and the categories that we identify and label. And it's not just about labeling, but it's also about creating the framework for us to go after these specific projects in order to lead on greening our asset book and doing social projects as well. So for adaptation finance, we're gonna have a same or similar kind of framework that we're gonna put together, and then that will help guide not just us as a sustainable finance team within the bank, but also the rest of the bank, our coverage bankers who deal on a day-to-day basis with their clients, our product partners in the bank who are thinking about structures and solutions and what we can do. So lots of work that we're doing in that space. We've actually done several adaptation finance transactions already, and we found out that we can actually learn a lot from how we scale a lot of those up. So so we have created essentially an innovation hub around adaptation finance, and those are the guys who basically have done a lot of work on the working group, on the guide, and we'll do a lot more on the framework and in the concepts and the partnerships that we're hoping to kind of lead the way on. It will be a big focus area for us, definitely in the next year.
Great. Super. Thank you so much, Lena. And we now have over 20 minutes, nearly 20 minutes of time for questions. And so unfortunately, we only have one roving microphone. Martin, are you going to do a run around, or is somebody going to run around to the, and we'll take 3 questions and then here back. So I can see the gentleman in the back with the tie. Yes. A second and a third question, please. Can I see 3 hands, please? Okay, I got you first, and then the 2 ladies here up front, and then I'll take you next. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Braid Musel, and I'm with the International Actuarial Association, so I work in insurance quite a bit. And one of the questions is, how do we increase the training for professional people like actuaries and finance people in this area to create enough workers and people who understand this stuff in the finance markets, reinsurance companies, et cetera, to actually execute these transactions to work in this area? Because I think there's a big gap in education in this area, and I wonder if you have a comment on that.
Thank you very much. And I think that's an open question in terms of answers. So here, the 2 ladies in the middle, and please introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Ru Gutierrez Corley. I'm from Belize. I am currently conducting my PhD at the Islands and Small State Institute and looking at islands and small state studies, but specifically one of the nature-based livelihoods, uh, seaweed farming, red seaweed. And I've been looking at the social aspects of it in terms of risks, both human, environmental, and social aspects using the Sustainable Livelihoods Framework and adaptation strategies, community-based and ecosystem-based, and see how that actually works in real like time. So what I've noticed is that with in terms of insurance, when it comes to ocean farming, it has been most instrumental to safeguard some of the risks. Belize has built a marketing arm, Bell Trade, that has been marketing seaweed internationally. But through my preliminary results, indicated that there's no market for seaweed, sea moss. So, and this is because investors are, the risk is too high. The country is very vulnerable to sea temperature increase. The seaweed productivity is really low. The returns are also very slow. So in terms of insurance, we have a private company, RF&G, and we also have one through the blue economy, blue bonds, and they have their own eligibility criteria. But how do we really build resilience of small group farmers, and how could they afford the insurance? Because they were going through this cluster formation of going into association cooperatives, but then there's a lot of conflict, and then now they're branching into entrepreneurial. So what do you think is the future for ocean farming and small farmers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, and third, please.
Hi everyone, my name's Rosie Oakes. I'm from the UK Met Office. So we do weather forecasts, seasonal forecasts, and also climate information. I'm interested on kind of what sort of timescales are you making these decisions about adaptation investment and also insurance? Is it kind of short timescales for us, which is maybe like 1 to 2 years, or are you looking out kind of 10 and 20 years? And do you have the information that you need about kind of seasonal and climate information? And if not, what are the barriers to that and how can we help with that?
Great, thank you very much. So what I suggest we do now to answer these three questions is I'll just hand you the floor and you choose one or two questions to respond to. Yeah, Lena.
Perfect. I'm gonna maybe I'll leave the question on seaweed for Hope. It's the difficult one. But just on in terms of knowledge, and I think that's a very good point, because if we just kind of look at how, for example, as a bank, we just kind of went into green social transition financing, and there was just kind of this small group of people within the bank who would do sustainable finance, who understood how that operates, who understood how to mitigate against greenwashing risks as well, which is also important in the whole system. It's not just about the deployment, but also the governance and the importance of that. I mean, we see the importance of that from the carbon markets, right? Like the fluctuation of how things kind of you take 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards. But then it's all about understanding how you kind of progress this knowledge. So you kind of push people to start running with the flow, day-to-day stuff of identifying these projects. We have multiple programs that we hold internally within the bank. We've launched what we call the Blue Belt curriculum to kind of there's a whole content team actually that puts these things together. But also, more importantly, it's about educating our clients. So we have actually an ESG advisory team that sits with our clients and talks them through. So we do. I spend a lot of time doing workshops for clients, which are not really deal making kind of engagements. It's essentially ensuring that they understand what they need to do, be it on reporting, disclosures, how they're getting impacted by things like climate, physical risk, transition risk, and that's something that we have. We actually use a lot of insurance data to kind of map this out and look at publicly available information, and then we sit with our clients and tell them, this is what you're exposed to, this is what you need to think about. And obviously, with that engagement, we do spend a lot of time with spreading that knowledge. So I think it's a very important point, and I think the more people know about it, the more they would want to do things, and the more they would want to actually come up with ideas. And maybe just on in terms of the timescales, the question on timescales, immediately. So we're looking at how we've already started. We're not waiting for a framework to come out for us to actually deploy capital towards adaptation finance. We've already started. We've closed several deals actually that are within the adaptation finance realm, but we want to do more. And that kind of framework is about how we can actually scale that up and mobilize people, again, to the point about knowledge, how we mobilize people to actually start thinking about this as something that is imperative. That's my 2 cents.
Right, thanks. I'll touch on a few of them. Still on the capacity building, it's very, very critical. And we're having conversations now with partners around growing the pool of data scientists, because we really can't do this without that. So a very, very niche area, a very necessary area. Data is critical, is the bloodline. I couldn't agree more. We are also training downstream. We are training also cooperatives to just even understand the basics of what we're talking about, of adaptation, of the covers that we're giving. Insurance is very foreign to the African, environment, if you could think about that. So women groups and all that. So the ZEPRI Academy has been training thousands of village group leaders to just, so we need the skills down as well as at the top of the pyramid. In terms of the seaweed farmers, so not different from the smallholder farmers in Africa. How do they access insurance? How do they get supported? And really, it's about aggregation, right? It's aggregation and bundling. The things that have worked that we've seen is where they are put in groups, whether loosely, and they have some form of grouping. And because we have the mobile telephone penetration on the continent, I'm sure everywhere else, it becomes much easier to reach them, give them advice, bundle it with advice, bundle it with access to market, bundle it with banks. So alone on its own, one farmer, one seaweed farmer will not get the insurance. So what is that point at which you can actually bundle as many things as possible? ECA, our subsidiary that I was talking about, is actually covering to date over 3 million farmers. We were on path to cover 10 million smallholder farmers. And this is only done through level of aggregation. We have boots on the ground as well. We have people that cover certain areas, just advisory, but these are also agripreneurs. They are called, they have a name now, so that they are doing many other things. They're selling seeds, but they're also selling insurance, and they're also giving good advice. But it also has to be digital, right? Cutting costs, reaching the last mile has to be digitally done. And our partnership with banks, especially the small, but the MFIs, right, has seen the growth because then they are able to access a large number of clients as well. So by aggregating it, by embedding insurance into the credit, that does make a difference. In terms of the last one, which was the timelines, yeah, what are the timelines actually, right? It's a question, a big question in the room. The Drive project we are running with the World Bank is meant to be a 5-year project, but we have to extend that. We cannot have sustainability and you're talking about a timeline. So trying to build that into a platform, we have the building blocks. So how do we start now, start showing the successes and building more scaling? That's what I'd say.
Excellent. Thank you. Amali, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll try and touch on all three questions. On the, I mean, the training is essential, and I think for all, I mean, across all sectors, all sort of players within those sectors, we as a DFI, we are providing training to our investees, similar to as Lena referred to. We had an event last year, so so just to explain, we do a lot of our investments, like 75% of our investments are equity. So we have traditionally and still significantly invest a lot through funds. And those funds then would invest in SMEs or, sometimes infrastructure. We're seeing a lot of early stage technologies coming out in that adaptation space. However, a lot of our fund managers don't necessarily understand what adaptation resilience really means. They don't understand what the climate impacts that are coming. They may be seeing some of these, but not thinking or understanding how it's relevant to them and their investment strategies. So last year we had a workshop. We brought all of our fund managers, 450 people together from all over Africa and Asia, to help build their understanding around what adaptation and resilience means, but also importantly, what a company that's offering adaptation resilience, what that looks like. And some of these companies have, they're not marketing themselves as adaptation because, but they're providing a key service or a key technology that they know is needed. And so how we can build that understanding from our fund managers, I think is critical. And we had a follow-up workshop I didn't join this one because it was overlapping with COP, but last week, and we will be continuing that building capacity and helping to identify what kind of tools can help. So that would be, ongoing. This year or this next year, 2024, we're very keen to do more of that we also invest through financial institutions, through banks, commercial banks, and we've started to provide green directed lines of credit. So credit that is specifically for renewables, for energy efficiency. And we're very keen now to start moving to adaptation lines of credit. But we know it's not just us providing the funding, which will probably need to be on more concessional terms, but we also critically need to do the capacity building, providing technical assistance. And I think to a large extent, just going back to the point on smallholder farmers, a lot of how we would get to those smallholder farmers would be either via funds. Some of these companies, we've invested in one that you're probably aware, Pula in Kenya, that provides micro insurance. We provided some concessional funding. We have an innovative climate innovation facility from our shareholder FCDO. And that is based on a parametric approach, so that if there's been a major sort of weather event that impacts on the crop yields that year, then the smallholder farmers get a payout. Now, the idea being that they're more likely to take that insurance because it's a relatively simple, straightforward way, not having to make a complex claim. It's still early. It's a very, innovative, early, high risk for us as a private investor, but that's the sort of thing we know we need to see more of. And then I think on the time frame, I wasn't entirely sure if your question, you're asking when are we doing this, or whether I thought you might also be asking, are we look at what's the time horizon of our investments? Yeah. So I think we're a patient investor, and often we're invested for 30 years or more in certain, projects. I mean, we would look to exit where we're not needed, but we definitely are there as a partner, not just from the capital, but also the engagement and support we can bring. So, for example, during COVID, we worked with a lot of our investees to help them get through, the sort of the crisis. So we're looking at what tools we can use. We've just I don't want to advertise any tools because I'm sure there's quite a few out there, maybe, but we've been working with Jupiter, who have a tool to start to better understand, how, and integrate different climate scenarios. But that's very much part of the focus of this physical climate risk working group as well, that we have through the collaborative, and how we can all start to have understand what are the best tools to use so we can apply those most effectively, because it is I think we are all on a journey here, really.
Peter, maybe we can hold your response here, because I want to ask if the audience has one or two questions with regard to the Adaptation Finance Gap Report, so that you get a specific question as well. And if you want to answer any of the other questions, go ahead afterwards. So anybody with a question to the Gap Report? No questions. Everything is clear? Okay.
Actually, about the report, it's about something I saw Peter talk about earlier. When you mentioned remittances could have a role. So I'm just wondering how you envision that role.
Okay, that's one. We have time for one more, I think. Go ahead, please. Kindly introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Julia from KPMG Chile. When you mentioned the amount of the gap we need for adaptation, and you mentioned compared to what the world spent on war or COVID, uh, is the report, I haven't read it yet, but is the report mention some type of comparison data so we can dimension the amount? Because it's so far away, it's like telling a number, but can you bring us some examples to dimension this amount? Thank you.
Okay, that's two questions. Go ahead. We'll see how far we go. Peter.
Yeah, thank you very much. First on remittances, it's the size of the flow, the 700 something billion per year, that makes you realize like this could actually be used for adaptation. And the point here is that it goes to people directly, right? There's no government interventions, there's no international organizations, whatever. And the good thing about remittances is that they have a social component to it as well. So people can use remittances to actually invest in their own small business or bigger business, but it also has a social component. So in that sense, it has it can be used for adaptation in a very, very useful way. The question, of course, is, do you want, from an equity perspective, do you want the poorest people, because receivers are often among the poorest people that hardly contribute to climate change, do you want them to use their money to invest in their own adaptation? That's an equity question. But the sheer size of it, 700 something billion per year, I think should open our eyes for, let's say, a discussion on how and whether remittances could be used for this. But I think it's a potential source. The second question on do we have comparisons with other finance flows? Not in the report, actually. We looked them up at some point, but I don't remember them by heart, so I don't want to throw them in the room. But yeah, if you look at military expenditure or the way the COVID crisis was dealt with, the hundreds of billions that were flowing then, or the way banks were saved in the financial crisis a decade ago, it is apparently possible for governments, if there is a crisis, to make hundreds of millions available, hundreds of billions, and we need to realize that this is one of those crises, right? I think you mentioned from your report, you said in those 10 countries with 30 billion in adaptation investments, you can avoid 360, if you said 377, sorry, even more, of damages, right? So somehow the financial system has not yet identified this as a major issue. But if you can, if you can make a 30 billion investment and save and prevent 377 billion euros of cost, that's a massive opportunity, right? So we need to somehow change the financial system to make it aware and make it invest in adaptation. I think actually the examples we heard today are very much going into that direction, right? So I've been following this debate on private sector adaptation finance for over 10 years. And back in Copenhagen in 2009, it was agreed that the private sector would be part of this 100 billion pledge, right? Mobilized private sector finance. And we've been trying and trying and trying and trying. It was so extremely difficult. Not in mitigation, that works, because you have profitable investments in renewable energy or in energy saving or so on. Adaptation has always been difficult. And now we're basically finding a different way in which the financial system or the financial sector is actually, changing requirements, shifting benchmarks and so on, which will ultimately indirectly result in more investments in adaptation and less investments in very risky areas. I do want to add, and that's my final line, that if we only look at climate risks from, let's say, a financial materiality perspective, there is a risk that we will stop investing in particular areas or investing in particularly vulnerable people, and that's something we have to avoid somehow. I don't know how. I mean, that's an open question also to you. How do we actually do that? Maybe the other panelists have an idea as well. But basically, the examples we hear demonstrate that 2.1c, Article 2.1c, is already being implemented, right, step by step by the financial sector. And that's why I think the UNFCCC should put it on the agenda to find out how it can actually be done in, let's say, an equitable way to ensure that the most vulnerable countries don't suffer from implementing 2.1c.
Oh, thank you. And if very quick,
Just quickly on the, I mean, I think this point on remittances is quite interesting, but I think if you're right, from an equity perspective, it sort of raises quite a lot of questions. But I think I was in Nepal recently, and I was fascinated to see that, Nepal exports around $200 million per year and imports around $200 million. So sort of net, it's not a net exporter. And not bringing in the foreign exchange, whereas remittances are around 10 billion of US dollars coming in per year. Most of that goes into buying land and property, and that's effectively a kind of pension, isn't it? I mean, it's partly, as you say, social, but it's also the savings, putting money into something which should have a value. So I think what would be quite interesting to see how to ensure that those savings, those people's pensions, if you like, from remittances are clearly going to be resilient, and how to ensure that, and I think that's probably a role for governments to help do that. But I think, it needs to be done obviously in an equitable way so that it's about maintaining and increasing value of those people's savings, I would say. But also, I just want to say there's been an interesting proposal that France and Barbados have launched here, but also it's come up I'm an initiative, part of an initiative, there's several high-level expert groups, but this one is chaired by Vera Songway and Nick Stern, Lord Stern, on finance. Actually, it's going to be launched at 12 o'clock today, about a proposal around how do we raise more finance for adaptation. And one that is, as we heard from President Macron and Mia Mockley, is How do you maybe looking at taxation, particularly on those that produce fossil fuels, oil and gas producers, particularly recognizing windfall profits in the last year or so, and putting that into adaptation in some way. I mean, I like that because it's a polluter pays principle, which I feel, goes back to where this all started back at the Rio Earth Summit. So, so I think, these more innovative solutions are starting to be put on the table. They're not going to land here in Dubai, but maybe at COP30.
Okay, but
Half
that's.
a minute.
But then I'm going to have to let you give the
Yeah.
last statement as well. But I'll do that. We have.
Chances a lot because we've been looking at this for a long time, right? In trying to see how that can be part of the inclusion agenda, closing the gap. For sub-Saharan Africa, it actually around resilience. It really is. If you think about the people receiving the majority of the people receiving those remittances, they are the poor of the poor. It's people sending to their parents to buy food, to pay for education, to plow the next field after failed harvest because of poor rains, lots of drought or disease, stuff like that. So I really would love to engage more on specifically to the sub-Saharan African continent. It is a space to be looked in. And then we're saying this is the cake. This is what people, small poor people are contributing. How does that get matched? Something like that. So thank you so much for that.
Lena, last word.
Nothing more. Thank you for having me, and I think it's great. I think we're it's great to see the amount of progress that's being made, and a lot of people actually thinking about this a lot more seriously and putting action in place. And I'm really looking forward to see how we can partner with insurance companies, with entities like the BII and others to scale it up. But yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give everybody a round of applause. So I'm not going to try to summarize everything, but I do want to say a few last words. I think we can see that the private sector is already engaging heavily in adaptation and finding ways by which to develop sort of appropriate business models that work at different scales for different actors. And I think capacity building, aggregation, digitalization are key to achieving that transformational change and raising the scales in adaptation finance because the returns on investment, as we've learned, are so enormous. So thank you very much for your attention and hope to see you soon. Thank you. Oh, Martin wants to say something else. Always.
Always. I just would like to thank everyone on behalf of UNEP headquarters, Nairobi, Kenya, especially, of course, Peter Pau, Amalie, Hope, and Lena, great panelists today, and Dr. Henry Neufeld, who was our wonderful moderator for this morning. I would also like to thank two more people. We have with us Kai Remco Fischer here on the second row, who's one of the initiators of the finance initiative that is behind this whole setup, working with countries in developing regions, the UNEP FI, and his colleague Paul Smith, who set up this whole session with us. With that, I would like to invite you to a coffee break. We finally have coffee here. It took us 2 days. So please have a coffee and a drink in the backside and continue your conversations. And we hope to see you in the next session this morning. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to UNEP Side event, which will be focused on unlocking sustainable land use and adaptation investments for climate action. And today we'll be talking and discussing innovative finance solutions. COP28 theme being, and I'll introduce myself before I continue. I'm Melvin, head of Global Adaptation Network at UN Environment Program, and also the Global Coordinator for Adaptation Policy and Partnerships. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this side event. As you know, today's theme at COP28 revolves around finance, and finance, particularly to unlock innovative climate solutions, finance that also reaches down to the most vulnerable communities, but also finance that is catalyzed in partnership with a range of stakeholders. So it is my pleasure to welcome you to this event in partnership with UNEP, IUCN, and the Green Fund, Innovative Finance for Amazon, Responsible Commodities Facilities, and TNC. Um, this event will try and unpack innovations, particularly innovative pioneering financial solutions, and understand their significance in terms of sustainable land use and adaptation. We will discuss challenges associated with scaling up such investments, but also solutions to and opportunities to overcome these challenges. We will also promote exchanges and collaboration, and we hope that you take this event and the time, the platform to foster exchanges and partnership with our panelists and also amongst yourself. A bit of a housekeeping. We will have a panel discussion of about 15 minutes with our four panelists that I will introduce soon, followed by Q&A of another 12 to 15 minutes. We do have a huge buffer time, so feel free to think about your questions and then come to us with questions. So we try to keep this as informal as possible. I'd like to introduce the panelists for today, and we've got Mr. Pedro Murua. Pedro has over 25 years of experience in forestry, climate, environment sectors. He has been a author of the IPCC report and holds a PhD from University of London. Pedro, welcome. We've also got joining the panel Ali Raza Rizvi, and many of you would know him. He's the head of climate change at IUCN. He brings with him 20 years of experience in the environment conservation sector, and currently he's leading IUCN's climate team and also a co-chair of the WHO IUCN Expert Working Group. He's got an impressive profile, and I can't read all of it, but Ali, welcome to the panel conversation today. We've also got Michael Schlaf. I'm sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing it well. He's the managing director for Sale Ventures, and Michael, in fact, has a broad supply chain experience. So it's quite different, to the addition of the panel. And he's a member of Sale Investment Committee. Michael, welcome to the panel conversation. And our last panelist is Marcella. Marcella is the Agriculture Finance Director at the Nature Conservancy. She's an economist by profession, an expert in sustainable finance and carbon finance. Marcella, welcome to the panel. So broadly, we do understand that there is a huge financing gap, particularly to scale up climate action, and particularly looking at land-based terrestrial and adaptation solutions. Despite the gap, so we know that the gap can be somewhere between 198 to 350 billion. We estimate that from UNEP's gap reports. We also understand that while there is a gap, quite a lot of financing is actually flowing to countries, and investments, particularly in the land-based adaptation sector, are being scaled up. And we have a good portfolio of very good solutions now that is reaching the most vulnerable, that is reaching countries to address climate risks and impacts. Here at COP, of course, we started with a very positive signal from the COP28 with the operationalization of the fund and funding arrangements for loss and damage, and as well as record pledges for the adaptation and vertical funds like GCF and adaptation funds. So that kind of sends a very strong signal from COP28 in terms of mobilizing support, finance, and solutions to developing countries. With this in mind, I will directly turn to the panelists. I encourage participants to be part of this dialogue. There's of course, the growing awareness among staff to scale up these solutions. And this session will give you an opportunity and insight into existing and innovative financial mechanism. I will first start with Pedro. And Pedro, perhaps you could tell me about your role, and particularly in relation to land use or adaptation investments, and maybe from your experience, if you can share with us 1 to 2 examples of your fund, what your fund is financing, where there is a potential for innovation, and what we should be looking in terms of some of the challenges and opportunities.
Thank you very much, and thanks everyone here. What I'm going to talk about is the Responsible Commodities Facility. Is a financial solution that we designed and are implementing to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and deforestation caused by soy cultivation in Brazil. So let's start with soy. Why soy? Because soy is expanding originally in the Amazon and now in another biome in Brazil, the Cerrado, which is highly biodiverse and expanding at a very fast pace. So the expansion of soy is one of the main drivers of deforestation and greenhouse gas associated with land use change in Brazil. So we needed a solution for that. You know, there's a lot of demand from civil society, from companies, now from governments for the reduction of deforestation in the Cerrado. A series of pledges like the Cerrado Manifesto, now a legislation called the EU Deforestation Regulation that are all trying to control deforestation in the Cerrado region. Well, how to do that? A lot of the deforestation that is happening or conversion of Cerrado, some people don't call it a forest, but it's conversion of this native vegetation is actually legal. The Brazilian legislation allows farmers to legally clear a lot of their land. So if you want to prevent that, you have to come up with some sort of incentive. And that is the solution that we design, is to create an incentive so that these farmers will be happy, will be compensated or to forego the legal rights that they have to clear their lands. So what is this solution? We started designing that in 2017. I actually come from the carbon markets and climate finance world. But in 2017, carbon price was zero. There were no carbon markets at the time. So we started looking for an alternative instrument, and that instrument is green bonds. So we created a fund which is capitalized by a form of green bond. It's called Green CRAS, which is an instrument in Brazil, which is purchased by companies that want to reduce their deforestation footprint. So they buy these bonds, it capitalizes the fund, and then the fund provides annual loans to soy farmers for them to plant soy. Okay, it's a loan. Why would they also commit to stop deforestation? Because interest rates in Brazil, every farmer goes to the banks every year to borrow money to buy the seeds and fertilizers to plant soy. Interest rates in Brazil are very high, and now fund provides them with a cheaper cost of capital with low interest rates, so that they are really happy then to do something in exchange. And this something is to commit not to clear more land within their farms, for the expansion of soy. So for that to happen, we have to choose farmers that have at least 5%. The average has been around 10% more native vegetation within their farms than required by land. So we go beyond the legislation. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. So we started with investment from three UK-based supermarkets, Tesco, Sainsbury's, and Waitrose, that last year provided us with $11 million for us to lend to these farmers. This year, we just multiplied it by 4. So we had now Santander and Rabobank and a Dutch impact fund called Agri3. The three of them came up, and the fund now is at $48 million. And now we have commitment for next year, for up to $300-400 million additional. So the fund could potentially grow 10 times in the next 1 or 2 years. The impact that this avoided deforestation to a certain extent creates is huge. I mean, once the fund gets to this $400 million level, you'll be producing close to 2 million tons of zero deforestation soy, storing within these farms about 200 million tons of CO2, and reduce the emissions. So for those investors that are putting money there, the scope 3 emissions related to this investment is close to zero. You only have the logistics of transporting the soy, but no land use emissions associated with that. So this is what the Responsible Commodities is all about. Responsible Commodities Facility is all about. And yeah, we're really excited with moving forward with that. I forgot to mention one thing though. Okay, we are saying that we're doing all these beautiful things, but we have, of course, to monitor, to verify, and then we report to an environmental committee that oversees what we're doing and checks, is it going okay, or whatever. And this committee has TNC, which was very instrumental in helping us to create this fund. UNEP is also very involved. They helped us to create our environmental and social framework for this fund, as well as Conservation International, IPAM, a Brazilian NGO, ProForest, and a secretariat run by BV Rio, which is another NGO in Brazil. So I thank all of these partners for their support, and I thank you for listening to that.
Thanks, Pedro. And what I'm getting from you is that the business as usual agriculture is not an option for future. And there are many different types of farmers, of course, that require very different types of incentives and capital to incentivize different types of low carbon adaptive agriculture. And then it's a very good example in terms of how low interest capital could stimulate adaptation. So, and I'm going to come back to you in terms of maybe looking at the potential for this to scale up. Okay. No, thanks, Pedro. And I'm going to turn immediately now to the second panelist. So moving on from Pedro to Ali. Ali, perhaps you could talk about your role in relation to adaptation, and particularly ecosystem-based adaptation, and the role for the Global Ecosystem-Based Adaptation Fund, how this is coming up, UNEP and IUCN being a strong partner with a range of different stakeholders here, particularly non-state actors, and where do you see the potential for scaling up the innovative options of this fund?
Thank you, Elvin. Uh, Adaptation for IUCN is again, this is together with nature, because many a time, the world has experimented that working just on adaptation For us, it's working in a vacuum. Okay, you need to work with nature, with people. So unless and until there is socio-economic and ecological well-being of human and ecosystems are addressed, you cannot have sustained adaptation. So with that philosophy in mind, IUCN jointly with UNEP and funded by BMU International Climate Initiative, we have set up a fund which is called Global EBA Fund. It's a 40 million initiative, and our objective is to further grow it. And it needs to be innovative and catalytic because we provide very small funding, 250,000 to up to 500,000 in rare cases. But to do something catalytic, which will help to do something bigger, or if you identify some policy gaps, knowledge gaps, capacity gaps, to use this to be innovative and move forward. So to date, we have funded 26 projects, 35 projects in 26 countries, around worth of 8 million. So over a period of next 5 years, objective is to fund 100 projects. And all these projects are in Global South. So we will encourage you all and other, okay, please do. And there do apply for that because we wait for good, innovative catalytic projects. And there is no sort of where they could be maybe handled by north, but work is needed to be in the south. So but again, policy wise, knowledge wise, it could be anywhere. Now there are also themes, okay, where we want to work and focus, but at the same time there are generic one also, okay, which can be on any areas of work. So we would encourage you all to come and then see, okay, if it is so. Website is just, if you Google even Global EBA Fund, so you will get to that initiative. And the reason we want to promote is, as I said earlier, that there are so many gaps which need to be addressed, and those are at every level. So, therefore, it's critical that all players can get into that, look in there, and then work together. Because this climate change is such a diverse in that way and complex issue, you cannot just address by investing into one thing. And end of the day, adaptation, whatever we do, let me also share here, is ad hoc. We need to do decarbonization, just transition, but till that happens, we need to do very effective climate change adaptation. And that's why EBA, we think, is very important because all three segments which are critical to move forward, socio-economic and ecological, can be handled by that. And it has direct link with land use also, because biodiversity, agriculture, forest, and all those are all linked with land use. How we make it productive so that it can, the ecosystem can be productive as well as human well-being can be ensured. So that's where this funding is. And we are also thinking of maybe at some point going with very specific areas of work where we identify there are gaps. So those can be then addressed through some dedicated funding also. And the current call is, on traditional knowledge and other, then they would be on mountains and then also SIDS and other. So all this is integrated where we will move forward together with you all. So I'll stop here, but again, we'll come back with some berries.
Thank you, Ali. And the point that I'm taking from you is that this is catalytic in the sense that non-state actors can access very thematic sort of funds that can then trigger land biodiversity and ecosystem-wide benefits. So that's quite crucial. And I would like to thank the International Climate Initiative, which is one of the key partners and instruments of these funds, supported by the German federal government. So thank you to our partners from IKI. I'd now turn to the other panelists, and it is my pleasure, Michael, to have you speak a little bit about the sale ventures, and perhaps from your experience, if you can tell me a little bit about what sort of investments are being triggered through sale Sail Ventures. Did I get that right? Sail Ventures. And if you could also give maybe one or two examples where you think the innovative element of the fund is, and what should we be looking for in terms of scaling up?
Great. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear us. I'm playing bass in a rock band. I would usually say, can you turn the monitors up? Because I can hardly hear myself. So just a quick question to the audience. Who is from the private sector in the audience, please? There's a few. Who of you work in finance? Okay. Uh, and who is from the public sector, please? All right. I just want to kind of tailor my message a little bit here. So just in terms of introduction, Sail Ventures and Green, you've heard the two. I think there's maybe a bit of a confusion in the sense that Sail Ventures is an asset manager. We manage the Ant Green Fund. The Ant Green Fund is a fund that was created to end deforestation in tropical commodity supply chains. They're responsible for about 70% of global deforestation. And, that's a huge problem that has to be addressed. We're talking about value chains like cattle, soy, kind of what Pedro does there, grains, sugar, cocoa, coffee, palm oil, all the things that are typically associated, with being responsible for a lot of deforestation. Now, traditionally, the approach of development finance institutions has been to avoid these sectors because they're risky, because the actors in these sectors, they have in the past been responsible for a lot of deforestation. Now, if you want to address the problem, you need to shift, you need to transition these actors. You can't avoid them because if you avoid them, then deforestation continues and you haven't actually solved the problem, you've just avoided it. So that was the reason why the Norwegian government, together actually with UNEP, Unilever, and then later the Dutch Development Bank, FMO, and now here we signed this at the COP, the GCF, have invested in Green. So all the capital that we have is first loss capital. Now we have two mandates that we have to solve with this capital. First, there's a mandate on the asset side. So we have to work with producers on the ground in the value chains to really shift their business models. That typically requires long-term engagement. We provide credit because that's the better instrument to address established actors. Because if you provide equity, then you need to have a lot of money to shift actors. With debt, you can just set covenants, and these covenants they actually then force the actors to move in the right direction. So that's what we do. We provide long-term debt that is adapted to the transformation that we want to see in these companies. But within that is already the second mandate. We need to provide this commercially. So we provide capital that is not otherwise available, but we have to provide it in a way that would work for the private sector if this were capital that was coming from the private sector. So that's our second mandate. Our second mandate is to actually create a portfolio that is attractive for institutional investors. Because we have 360 million in our fund now, of which we have 160, 170 invested. But that's not enough to shift these big value chains that are responsible for so much deforestation. So what we need to do is we need to attract institutional investors. There's trillions of capital out there, but very little goes into nature. Very little goes into emerging markets. Now, how do we do that? How do you attract this money? And we always talk about it. We always talk about we need to attract private sector money, but it's just not happening. So our mandate is to build a commercial portfolio, and with this commercial portfolio, then reach out to institutional investors and leverage the first loss capital that we have, taking the first risk, and bring on institutional investors into this fund. So that's the big scale up and next stepping stone for this fund. Maybe just two quick examples of what we have done, just so that you have a bit more of a clear picture of what we're doing. And I'm not going to use a Brazil example here because we have so many Brazil experts on the panel. We have some Brazil examples as well, but one is a small Indonesian company. They own a plantation in an area where there is no mill. So they have to transport their fruit 150 kilometers to the next mill. That's very uneconomical. And it also holds back the whole area because all the smallholders that produce palm oil, they basically get next to nothing for their produce. So they've approached us. They want to build a mill. We're helping them finance this mill. But in exchange, they need to implement the strategy. They need to implement procedures to make sure that all the fruit that they're sourcing for this mill comes from plots that are not recently deforested and that they prevent all the smallholders around them to actually now go and chop down the forest in order to plant more palm oil so that they can supply the mill. So that's a project where we work with a lot of smallholders. We've so far trained about 20, 25 cooperatives. We're establishing these cooperatives as part of the process. And we're, of course, financing the mill for this company. Very transformational in that sense. And another project more focused on adaptation is in Vietnam, where we're financing coffee farmers. Well, we're financing an aggregator of coffee who then reaches out to coffee farmers with the idea to improve production, improve climate resilience on their farm. So we're financing the establishment of a climate resilience protocol for these aggregators to reach out to the coffee farmers so that they can train, they can build capacity, they can provide financial support, they can provide input support that helps these coffee farmers to be climate resilient, because that's the big challenge in Vietnam. Coffee farms will be less productive with climate change that is already beginning. And that will drive them higher up into the areas where there's actually forest left in Vietnam. And that's obviously something that we want to prevent. So those are two examples of what we do. And I think, do I have some more time, or do you, because you asked me about obstacles and challenges. um, I think the biggest obstacles that we see in the past was to attract blended finance capital. It takes a long time. And I think all of us here on the panel can speak to that. It took us 5 years, ultimately, to get the investment from GCF. Now, everybody speaks about the urgency that we are facing. But if it takes 5 years to get money from the GCF, also took 5 years to get money from the British government, it's just too long. So we need to lower these bureaucratic hurdles to access the money. And I think a second challenge is when we look at institutional investors, they're equally slow and they're equally hesitant to pile into this sector. And we also face a lot of structural challenges in how these public investors and these private investors meet, because the public investor, that's bureaucracy, and I don't mean that in a negative sense, but bureaucracy needs to control every step. So there's checks and balances at every step. Whereas the private sector wants to appoint a manager, give the manager a mandate, and then they want to see the returns coming in, but no details, please. And there's a challenge in that to match the private and the public sector, and I think that's really holding back blended finance. So that's a big challenge that we're looking for solutions.
And very quickly, just because I'm very interested in this private sector being such a key and strong part of the adaptation finance, and there's a huge gap, particularly attracting private sector. So if I were an institutional investor and I was looking at investing in maybe smallholder farmer cooperatives, what is the incentive for me in terms of investing into such a portfolio?
Well, the incentive, I mean, as an institutional investor, institutional investors are pension funds. They provide all our pensions in a way. So their primary obligation is to make sure that they can pay these pensions. So for that, they need a return. And that return needs to be safe. So, they don't take risk. They don't like risk. If they take risk, then they're not fulfilling their mandate. So, you need to present a portfolio that provides the right return. And, these returns are high, particularly if you think of emerging markets and agriculture, which are considered the most risky sectors. And you also need to provide a lot of downside risk protection. So you need to make sure that you can pay their coupons. You need to make sure that you can pay them back. I think blended finance provides the tools for that. The problem is institutional investors don't know blended finance. You talk about blended finance to them, their eyes glaze over. They think like, oh no, this is complicated. Let me invest in real estate somewhere in the Netherlands.
Thank you, and that's very insightful. And I should have introduced Green Fund
Don't worry.
from the very beginning. Marcella, I'm going to turn to you, and this being a very, very interesting conversation, most focus on smallholder farmers, which are at the forefront of climate vulnerability. We've looked at, low concessional finance to looking at grant mechanisms to long-term finance across the supply chain. TNC across the globe, of course, works with smallholder farmers at the community level. What do you think would be a critical enabler in terms of scaling up these options? And from TNC's experience, if you can share with us one or two good examples in terms of innovative financing solutions for land-based low carbon agriculture and also for adaptation.
Oh, thank you. And let me start explaining a bit the reason that we need innovative finance in Brazil right now, that my colleagues here already start explaining very well. But we do have a real challenge in creating incentives to conserve forests that could be legally open in Brazil, as Pedro explained it, and also a huge challenge to address sustainable agriculture. And why we do have this? We need to increase a huge and quick increase in food production in the next decades. And if we look for the Brazil example, we do have a lot of cattle ranching all over the country. It's one of the is the major producing country in cattle ranching, and most part of our producers they are uh, large scale, low productivity, and sorry, I forgot the word, but actually they use 1 hectare, more than 1 hectare to one cow. And most part of the pasture lands in Brazil are degraded. So if we need to increase production, we don't need to open 1 hectare more in Brazil, at least not in the next decades. But to do this, we need to create the right environment and the right incentives for the producers to change. If we invest in these farmers and have a sustainable management of these farmers, we can produce up to 6 times more beef per hectare, and also combining in the same farm with soy, grains, and a lot of other productions using cleared land. This is the business, the case that we use in Brazil to explain why we need to transform for sustainable agriculture and the huge opportunity that we have there. Our government recently calculated in 40 million hectares the area that you can expand agriculture in Brazil in degraded pasture lands without no further loss in areas for beef production. So there is a huge opportunity there. However, we need to attract funds in the right way. Most part of our agriculture is funded right now in 3 ways: or own capital from farmers, or they are funded by subsidized credit lines from our government, or you have the traders and all the value chain companies funding these farmers. But most part of this funding is short-term loans and the short-term relationship between the financial sector and the farmers. And if you want them to invest in these areas, we need to come out with longer term and more available finance with incentives and interest rates that can really make them to come out from the business as usual. So this is the scenario where we have launched IFAC, which is the Innovative Finance for Amazon, Cerrado, and Chaco. It's an initiative together from TNC, UNEP, and the Tropical Forest Alliance from the World Economic Forum. And this initiative was launched back in 2021 in COP26 with 8 signatories, 8 financial institutions that together has compromised to disburse $3 billion before 2030. And right now, we do have 16 signatories that together has committed to $4.6 billion before, disbursements in innovative solutions before 2030. And why innovative solutions? Because we still need to close some gaps that we have in terms of access to finance for farmers in Brazil. We need to learn from the success case and replicate them, and we need to scale them up. And all the scale challenges that we have, Michael and the other panelists explained it very well how hard it is to fundraise and have the right capital for to scale these solutions. And we do have in IFAC right now already 11 products, financial products that were developed or scaled in the last 2 years from these 16 signatories, corresponding to $220 million in disbursements in 2 years in innovative financial products. I can use let me use an example that's not here because we have two signatories, which is SIM and Green. But a complementary example is from Agri-Tree Fund. And the Agri-Tree Fund was established to work as a catalytic capital through the banking sector. And they de-risk the operations, making the longer tenors, guarantees, and other kinds of first loss so that the financial and commercial banks could reach the ground with more interesting financial solutions that will change the business as usual for these farmers. So we have some examples in Brazil from Agri-Tree. One of them is regenerative agriculture in Mato Grosso, where the fund invested $20 million in a vehicle, in a transaction where this farmer will implement regenerative agriculture for cotton and grains production. We also have pasture recovery, another $11 million for pasture recovery and make these producers more sustainable and more productive, as I explained at the beginning. And the last example that I can mention from them in Brazil that I really like, that is for me a real innovation, is to combine the impact funds requirements in terms of impacts in hectares, in terms of productivity, in terms of environmental and social returns from these investments, combined with the commercial timing of a bank. So they created a new product that is Renova Pasto, which can be used by each manager in the bank very easily and has a, how can I say, fast track in approvals from the fund so that they can really meet the farmers' need in time. Because we know that working with impact funds is not easy because we need to, it will require a lot of due diligence and agreements and etc. So that's the reason that this product specifically is a good innovation and a good example.
Thank you, Marcel. I mean, that's quite useful and ties very closely with the challenges that Michael had mentioned in terms of working with institutional investors to attract finance, and particularly blended finance, which is where banks are quite critical. I do understand, that there is a huge global demand for agriculture. This is rising, and what I take from the panelists is agriculture being such a key area for investment, agriculture also being one of the key sectors that are coming up as a priority in the national adaptation plan for countries. But what we are seeing is that the demand for agriculture is rising at a tremendous rate. But at the same time, the financial flow and also the demand for deforestation-free products, this is where we need to create a demand for sustainable deforestation-free products, and it's very hard to do that without innovative sources of finance. Um, okay, we've heard very different stories from very different pockets of the world around how innovative finance is catalyzing deforestation, free products, adaptation, ecosystem-based approaches, and also working with smallholder farmers. And I'd like to now turn to the audience for you to actually uh, to come to us with questions. So. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and we will direct the mic to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chika. I'm from Zambia. I come from a regulator from the Securities and Exchange Commission, Zambia. So I'm quite interested in the innovation financial solutions because we're trying to look at products that we can introduce to fight climate change. So I wanted to hear from Brazil on how your product is regulated in Brazil and how that is going for you. I just want to hear your experience.
I'll take one.
Hi, everyone. Kyle Saukas from Climate Advisors. Thank you for being on the panel. My question is climate action and new policies, market shifts like the EUDR, in your experience, driving investors to be more interested in investing in sustainable solutions for the agricultural space, or have investors not really been looking at that and kind of assessing that as something and making that a driver for them to change their behavior and, just continuing on to look just at, the risk profile or the potential for returns and kind of thinking it in just those terms, or, climate action or demand from consumers for deforestation free products been helping shift kind of investor perspectives and helping bring in more capital? Thank you.
All right. So what I would then do is with the first question, maybe turn to Pedro and Marcela. And then for the second question, perhaps if Michael and Ali, if you want to comment on that.
Thanks. You asked about regulation in Brazil. So the instrument that we are using this is called green CRA. Green bonds is actually is called in Brazil. It's called a CRA. A CRA is a certificate of receivables from the agribusiness. So it's a type of security that was created by the Brazilian government to help refinance the agribusiness there. So it is an official instrument that we're using. Which is issued by a securitization company that is completely kind of regulated under the Brazilian equivalent of the SEC. Our role is also to raise capital in Europe to channel to that instrument there, and we are also regulated under the UK FCA. With relation, I'm going to address the second one as well, because it's one that is bothering me a lot. The EUDR, in theory, is a fantastic initiative. However, in practice, is horrendous. It's horrendous for various reasons. The first one is that it hopes to reduce deforestation. It's not going to. I mean, there was someone here from Oxford that did a whole study showing that basically the traders that buy and sell soy are going to source somewhere else the soy that goes to Europe, and that's not going to reduce deforestation. Second, the EUDR requires segregation, pretty much requires segregation of soy that increases the emissions from logistics because you have a bad kind of supply chain. And thirdly, it does not attract the investment that I wanted. Why? Because if my investors cannot have that soy that they finance all the way back to their shelves in the UK, they cannot count it for scope 3 emissions, they cannot count it towards the EUDR. So the way that the law has been designed, the objective is good, the design is really bad and is not driving the increased investment that I was hoping to obtain.
Thank you, Pedro. And let me try to respond that with at least three elements. In Brazil, we do have an extremely complex and advanced capital markets that is working for agriculture for almost 30 years. So this kind of receivables and etc., they are used between companies and their suppliers and the suppliers of the suppliers for decades now. So we do have a lot of intelligence being generated, and all of this is regulated by the capital markets and the government. So banks are regulated by the central bank, and we do have the CVM, which is the Mobiliary Values Commission in Brazil, that regulates all the operations happening there. But I think I would like to bring you one other thing, that third thing, that is that the sustainable taxonomy that the government is developing right now, and will be ready until the end of next year, until next COP. And the taxonomy will make it much easier for impact funds, for other investors to recognize and to propose impactful investments in Brazil related to sustainability. So it will be more clear for all the agents in the financial sector to act and to claim for impacts.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's a very good question. I unfortunately, in terms of the EUDR, I have to, concur with Pedro. I don't think that's driving investment by institutional investors. What it does drive is in certain sectors, the, appetite for transition. Coffee and cocoa in particular, I would say. Soy, palm oil, cattle less so, because as Pedro says, right? I mean, as long as China, for example, imports soy without any restrictions, the market force of Europe is very small in that respect. There is, for example, in cattle, we see there's a certain appetite to provide cattle deforestation free because Europe is the highest margin market, but it's about 15%, I think, of cattle of beef that is produced in Brazil that goes to Europe. So it's very little. It's so that's driving to some extent the appetite to transition. But then again, that needs financing, right? And the institutional investors, to be honest, they not even sure they have heard of the EUDR. What they do have heard of is of the SFDR, so the Sustainable Funds. Can't remember what the acronym stands for, but there's a categorization of funds, from dark green to kind of normal. And the first question we always get is your fund an Article 9 fund? And I think that creates an opportunity for these funds, but at the same time, it creates a challenge because, to prove your Article 9, you actually need certain primary data that shows, that you're not harming the environment, etc., which is particularly difficult when you talk about nature. So you're investing in a cattle company, right? I mean, the gut feel of everyone is clearly you're harming the environment because everybody says so. Cattle is bad. Same for soy, the same for palm oil. And, the investors, they're facing a choice between investing in sustainable real estate in the Netherlands and investing in nature in Brazil, in cattle, in Indonesia, in palm oil. So, clearly the risk is much higher for the latter, and that will have to kind of attract a higher price that you have to pay to this investor for this risk. And at the time when the US 10-year Treasury is at 5 point something percent, you can imagine where the price goes. And the question is then, is that still tenable for the producer on the ground? Can the producer on the ground actually take a loan at 12% and pay it back? And still run a sustainable business. So I think higher interest rates definitely make it much harder as well. But ultimately we're forced to do commercial models if we really want to reach scale, because as long as we're not in commercial models, we are always restricted in scale. we're kind of like, maybe we attract more and more financing that is somehow concessional, but in the end, we're restricted in scale, and the scale of these commodity supply chains is huge. And we must find a way to kind of unlock this scale. And I think we're all working in various ways of doing that, various efforts. So I think that gives me hope. But I think the challenges are still quite high.
Thanks, Michael. And it's a very different language, of course, for climate scientists to actually, grasp in terms of institutional investors. Um, and I want to just bring in Ali in the last, comment. How can we, maybe through mechanisms like the Global EBA Fund, partner with the private sector and with institutional and investors to maybe scale up, the scale of finance that's needed for ecosystem-based approaches?
Yeah, scaling up and private sector, that's, quite public sector, unless and until private sector and public sector will come in. Because in developing countries, you would see most of the funding is through donors, and those are restricted to just piloting. It's not getting mainstream. And when we're talking about small holders, others, they don't know what to do. You know, Big companies, they are looking into, they have investment, they can do things. Middle level companies, they want technical assistance and some investment. Small farmers, they are leaving their farms, or they're migrating to other areas, or doing a lot of intensive input, and then the desired results are not there. So it's not easy overall, because private sector will come with bigger companies or mid level. Small farmer holders, nobody is there for them. you know so that's why it's critical in all their scenario that public investment is needed. And whereas 99% developing countries, they don't invest on per se on local farmers or poor people. Even in a country like US, there is always, okay, who is the taxpayers, where are those located, and in case of disasters, money goes as per returns. So, if developed countries have that sort of attitude, here we are talking about developing countries. So it's very difficult, but definitely private sector, and if, okay, funds like ours who have little money, they come together and do something which will incentivize public investment, because they do invest if they see there is return on investment. The problem with many of these adaptation things are, okay, you invest, you prepare the communities, then there is another challenge. you know you prepare them how to deal with, say, flooding and agriculture or other things. After 3-4 years in same area, there will be drought. So how to prepare on a sustainable way? But we have seen investment coming. For example, in Uganda, we were doing an EBA project over there, and they realized, because that was directly linked with water management, agriculture, and produce went up. you know so as soon as local government realized that by investing in these areas with an integrated approach, which is directly linked with local economic development, they started investing. A private sector also came, who were getting, their supply chain was there. And local government in a country like Uganda, they invested 500,000 to to put those in those initiatives. So examples are there, but they are very rare. We need to demonstrate return on investment, and that's a problem in adaptation. So agriculture sector, fisheries, and other forestry, those are the areas we should start with. Let's experiment. We are ready to look into that together with UNEP, IUCN, and others. TNC is also looking into bonds and other, and with private sector. So let's attempt it. There are not very many examples, but it's possible, but at the same time risky. So we can discuss with donors and other, because unless and until we take risk, business as usual is not working. That's for sure. It will not work. Whatever we do, there could be 100 billion of investment in adaptation, but two things are critical. It must be integrated with nature, because to date, I have not seen a single adaptation project which is not having negative impact on some other areas. you are doing flood management, or then outside the project area, many other villages are under flooding. So there are impact of everything. It's not that there are negative impacts, positive impact. You need to have a judgment call. So return on investment is the key in this area, working with small communities and other.
Thanks, Ali. And if you would allow me and indulge, the return on investments, particularly for sustainable land use and adaptation investments, can be quite long, particularly for considering the scale of adaptation actions, the changes in behavior, etc., and also how we cost these investments as well. No, ecosystem services have a huge, huge footprint in terms of the economic, the social, and beyond the environment sector. So the returns on investments, particularly for ecosystem services, can have a wider range of measurement as well, which of course, spends like a 5 or 6 year time frame of a project. As much as colleagues, I love this conversation, and I see one more hand, and very quickly, I don't want to. You would have to leave. Can I ask you to maybe have a conversation with the panelists? They will be, some of them will be over here. Would that be okay with you? Okay. Great. And I'll try and quickly wrap this. So we heard of key innovative financial solutions in today's event, talking about adequate pricing of climate risks, to appetite to transition, to innovative financial instruments, including bonds, engagement of a large range of actors like banks, development banks, financial institutions, impact institutions, which can help broaden the investor base. But one thing that I would like to also add in this, when we are looking at innovative solution, is the strengthening of climate information, particularly that related to risk, vulnerability, impact, and now potentially in very vulnerable countries, the unavoidable losses and damages. And that's going to, develop a very strong portfolio of investments. So a round of applause for the panelists for their time, who have been doing a marathon of side events and other meetings over here for a very pleasant discussion. So thank you all. Oh, Julia, before we go, can you tell you
I see this is the slot just after lunchtime. So I think before waiting for everyone to arrive, because I know there are a few more coming in, we're going to start because we're around 5 minutes late. It's also a very large venue, so getting from one area to another takes a long time. However, I would like to wish everyone here a very warm welcome to this side event on catalyzing NDC investment from ambition to action. My name is Sumali Khosla. I'm the Climate Finance Advisor at UNEP, working with the Climate Change Adaptation Unit and the Global Climate Action Unit. UNEP is co-hosting this event today with the governments of Germany, Colombia, Morocco, and Vietnam. We have an exceptional lineup of speakers for you today, bringing together experiences from Latin America, Asia Pacific, and Northern Africa. The theme of the side event is ways in which countries can establish innovative institutional arrangements and binding alliances to catalyze investments for NDCs, which are the nationally determined contributions of countries, and long-term low-emission development strategies, LTS. The discussions are also based from learnings from the NDC Action Project. This is a 5-year project funded by the German government and implemented by UNEP and UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. The main objective of the project is to support 10 partner countries implement their NDCs and long-term strategies into concrete actions ready with financing from the public and the private sector. We do this in several ways. Firstly is to develop climate-friendly policies and programs. We also look at putting in place green investment plans, including determining how to bring in and mobilize private sector investments. And lastly, but not the least, in drafting of proposals for climate funds to take on the project once it has been completed. The project builds on 3 core principles. The first is that it is driven by country demand. It has very strong ownership with the countries themselves. Second, it has a balanced focus between mitigation and adaptation. There's a priority that is selected for each mitigation and adaptation by the countries. And lastly, it focuses on integrating the national development plans with climate change priorities. Today, we'll be hearing from 3 of the 10 countries, Morocco, Vietnam, and Colombia. However, first, it's my privilege to invite Mr. Philip Behrens, the head of the International Climate Initiative from the government of Germany, to give us a few welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me. Thanks a lot for the invitation and giving me the opportunity to have some opening remarks concerning this important project. Actually, NDCs are essential. NDCs are the key element of the Paris Agreement. Without the NDCs that we have seen so far, that have been implemented so far, there would not have been the progress that we have seen since Paris. However, this is the year of the global stocktake, and all we have read so far about this global stocktake, the synthesis report, but also the UNEP Gap report, tells us that we have not done enough, not at all. There's a huge gap. There's one gap of implementation, but also the gap of ambition. And that's where NDCs come into play. And that's where also the long-term strategies come into play, which need to be interlinked. I'm here on behalf of the International Climate Initiative, the ICI. The ICI is one essential component of Germany's climate finance. And we are implementing this program jointly with 2 other ministries, the Ministry of the Ministry of Environment, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So it's pretty unique in Germany that we have a program which is implemented by 3 ministries. And we have just launched our new strategy last week. And of course, NDCs and LTS play a very, very important role there. It has been so far, we have many, many projects on NDCs with many different implementing organizations. One
essential partner for us is the NDC partnership. And we think that they have built up a great initiative working with so many different states, but also organizations such as UNEP, such as UNDP and others. And I can say that we are very proud to cooperate so closely, for example, with UNEP and this project, and it has been a major contribution to the NDC partnership. Looking into NDCs and the topic of today, what is this about? It's about investment, right? It's about the linkage between ambition and investment. That's what everyone is talking about, and which is really difficult to get. So what do we need to do? We need to leverage and mobilize not only public, but also private funding. And that's the key thing. That's the thing everyone is talking about, because we know there is not enough public funding. It should be more. It will be more, but it will never be enough to fulfill all the requirements that we have if we want to seriously implement the the NDCs. So let me give you just a few examples how with the IKI we are trying to play our role there. Once we are, one thing is that we are engaging in blended finance, investing in different funding instruments to make sure that by taking over the first loss tranche, we can really make it less risky for private investors to invest in, for example, renewables. Another example is the initiative which has been launched together with the NDC partnership. It's on greening the central banks, where we are supporting national central banks, national development banks, but also private banks with capacity building to make sure that we can shape the environment which is producing the environment which is needed for private investments. And that's why those banks are the first contact point for us to work with them and make sure that they create the national environment. Another example would be the Mitigation Action Facility, used to be the NAMA facility, where we explicitly asked our implementing organizations to combine sectoral approaches by technical assistance and financial assistance, so that the technical assistance can leverage financial activities. And we are going to launch the next call in 2 days, the day after tomorrow. So you're all invited to this. It's tomorrow? Okay, sorry. It's tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? However, you're all invited to join us to this event tomorrow. And there we are focusing on 3 sectors, which are the transport sector, the energy sector, and the industry sector. And those are just a few examples how we think we can contribute to that. But what we need is the overall systematic approach of the NDCs. And this is why we are very happy to work with you. And I'm very curious to hear from you about your experiences, how you are dealing with that in the countries, because it's so important to exchange experiences and learn from each other. There are so many different approaches in the respective countries. And I think in the end, we should make sure that we motivate each other, that we can learn from each other to learn out of this global stock take, make this global stock take a big wake-up call for all of us, so that in the future we'll be able to step out ambition and increase this ambition for the next NDC 2 update, which is going to happen in 2025. And for that, we need the experiences that we are hopefully listening to today. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Behrens, for those encouraging words of welcome. We will now invite speakers from Vietnam, Colombia, and Morocco to share their experiences with us from the project itself. The theme is really on how these countries have rethought the roles and the structures on climate institutions themselves, and how to build stronger business cases and bankable project pipelines to implement NDCs. A lot of countries are struggling with that, and often ignore the fact that there needs to be very good communications between institutions aligned with their strategies, actions, ambitions to actually then attract private sector finance for targeted implementation plans. Our first speaker today is Dr. Thuy, Director of the Department of Science, Training and International Cooperation from the Vietnam Institute of Meteorology, Hydrology and Climate Change, which sits in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of the Government of Vietnam. Today, Vietnam has been recognized as one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change. And what Dr. Thuy will be overseeing and presenting today is really how the NDC Action Project has supported the government in setting up some of the effective institutional arrangements and programs that it needs to attract private sector investments and strategically leverage available public funds that we've just heard from Mr. Ferens are very short in countries. So we very much look forward to some of the success stories over the past couple of years or so that Vietnam has to share with us. Over to you, Dr. Thuy.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So on the screen, you can see the presentation, or the title is the Institutional Arrangement for the Climate Change Response in Vietnam. And sorry, where you point? It doesn't work? Next, please. This is, okay, okay. Yeah. In Vietnam, at a very high level, we have two national committee. The first one is the National Committee on Climate Change. It's just like the IPCC. So in short, we call it VPCC. And this one was established many years ago and led by the Prime Minister. We have two vice co-chair. One is the Deputy Prime Minister, and the other one is the Minister of Monroe. And the member of this committee is come from the line ministries and sectors. And the other one, a very high committee, is the National Committee for the implementation of the Vietnam's commitment at COP26. So it we focus more on the mitigation. And this National Committee also led by the Prime Minister. Then we can see the consistent in the National Committee on the climate change in Vietnam. And the vice chair of this committee, also the deputy prime minister, but no role of the Minister of Monroe in this committee. Monroe and the other committee and other ministries and other sectors also play the role as a member of this committee. And we have make a great effort to release a number of strategies, commitment, and laws and programs. You can see that we first submit the NDC since 2015. And this one was regularly updated and submitted to UN FCCC, and the number of the commitment of GHG emission increased by the year because of the increasing in technology and the support from the development partners and the knowledge. For the most update one, sorry that the word is not a fit. The most update one in 2021, the net zero emission by 2050, and we commit to reduce 30% methane compared to 2020. And we also released a number of law, water resources law. This one has just updated a few days ago. And the other one is the meteorological and hydrological law. According to this law, we have to regularly update the climate change scenarios for Vietnam. And our institution is the national focal point to develop and update these climate change scenarios for Vietnam. The climate change scenarios for Vietnam is including not just only climate change, but also the sea level rise. And this one forced the other ministries and province to apply to create and develop their strategy to respond to climate change. Though the climate change scenario is the national one that to be the input for the sectors and the province. Some of the other programs and strategies Recently, we have that heard the announcement from the Vietnam. The Prime Minister has just announced the resources mobilization plan to implement the ZT. And this one, the government showing the great effort to do with the mitigation beside the adaptation. And gender equality is the big issue and really significant and play a very important role in the success of the NDC implementation. So we integrate the gender issue in all the law, the national strategy, and the NDCs, etc. And here are lists of the some new policies that relate to climate change. So you can see that according to the law on the environment protection, all the government policies and organizations, even individuals, are responsible to implement the climate actions. According to the decree number 6, we have some measure to for the GHG reduction and the ozone layer protection and the development of domestic carbon market, including the MRV and transparency requirements. For the decision number 01 in 2022, this one already lists about 21 sectors and nearly 2,000 entities that are subject to the GHG inventory and GHG emission reduction. For the Prime Minister decision number 888, we already scheme setting out the task and the solution in response to the outcomes of the 26th conference of the parties to the UNFCCC. And for the most updated one, 2096, we instead the emission level from 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent now will reduce to 2,000 by 2030 and reduce to 200 by 2050. And for the 1942 of the Prime Minister, this one we target the reduction of methane emission by 2030 is 30% compared to 2020, as mentioned earlier. So for the formulation and formulation of the NDC play a very important role in the success of the implementation process. So the first thing is about the approach. So in Vietnam, for the formulation of the NDC, we use the multi-sector approach. It means that all ministries and the provinces can be get involved in the formulation process, and that's why during the implementation we can get the support from them. And we use the transparency process with the bottom-up approach. So depending on the demand of the ministries and province, they can create the actions in the NDC and they will set out the target themselves and manage it. We also consider the mitigation in the NDC. It means that all of the commitments of the government are also indicated in NDC. And of course, the adaptation. We consider all the climate vulnerability sectors based on the comprehensive risk and impact assessment. And you all know that the mitigation and the adaptation have a linkage, and we do the co-benefit and synergy assessment. Some mitigation measures can contribute to adaptation and vice versa. That's why can save the finance on and resources to have the success implementation of NDC. Beside the adaptation, we have also considered the impacts of all the climate actions on the social, on the economic, and on the environment, including the transition impacts. This means that the reaction and the chance that the companies, the government, and even the customers will behave to react to the change and the impact of climate. For example, the government right now and recently have put great effort in the GHG emission reduction, and we are just launched, as I mentioned earlier, just announced the resources mobilization plan to implement the JETP. So it means that in recent years, there will be more policies to do the favor for private sector. Of course, the engagement of private sector plays a very important role because the financial resources is not enough from the government, is even for our cases, and the renewable energy system to scale up or setting up, it requires a huge amount of money. So of course, the role of private sector, if we can mobilize it more, then the more success will be in the future. So beside all of that, we also strengthen the assessment and tracking. As we implement any activities, we need to follow to see whether or not it meets our target. So we do the MRV system for mitigation and the MNV system for the adaptation. So that's the approach for both formulation and implementation of the NDC in Vietnam. So sorry, why I cannot show the last slide here. So the lesson learned here I would like to share. The first thing is how to create the great foundation. It means that we can mobilize and get the agreement from the ministries, provinces, localities, and of course the private sector to formulate and implement the NDC. And the second thing is about the gender issue consideration. As mentioned earlier, gender play a very important role in the success of the implementation. So during the formulation, if we get involved with them, with the view of them, then the implementation will be more successful. Besides, we provide the decision maker with the socio-economic development based on the solution we collect from sectors, and we mobilize multi support from the development partners. And for the NDC in Vietnam, we get support from UNDP, more focused on the adaptation, and we get the support from GIZ for the mitigation, while the other developing partners provide comments and support for the implementation of identified actions. We also get support from UNEP and UNEP CCC to support the project on the urban cooling in and enhancing climate resilience in the central coastal area in adaptation. Uh, we also engage all the stakeholders between government, private sector, business, NGO, development partner, and research institution for both of the formulation and implementation process. So I would end my presentation here within 10 minutes. Thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tui. Our next speaker is Ms. Rim Balaj from Morocco. She's a project director specializing in climate, sustainable development, and energy transition. Most recently, she has been focusing on supporting the NDC Action project in the formulation of Morocco's national low carbon strategy for 2050 and LTS implementation. She's also contributing to a very interesting program from the World Bank, which is basically a climate operation of around 350 million US dollars for the implementation of the LTS. And that's already under implementation. And we might hear a little bit more about it. The focus is on spending those funds on the decarbonization plans of the country and also the climate resilience strategy. It'd be very interesting now to hear from Ms. Rim on Morocco's approach to looking at how to best arrange climate institutions to effectively implement NDC action and whether there's a slight change or difference or overlap with the strategy that Vietnam's using. Over to you, Ms. Rim.
Thank you, Somali. Hello, everyone. Just one second. So, I just present myself briefly. I'm Rim Belaj. I'm an expert in energy transition. I work for several countries, and I'm very happy to share with you this experience for Morocco. So just few words about the program. I work with the UNEP and Deloitte consortia. So I had the pleasure to work with the NDC Action Program for Morocco, leading a team of experts to assist Morocco and the Moroccan government on the governance, finance, building capacity components, as well as cross-functional and sectoral reforms, which are the keystone to achieve the objectives. As you may know, the low carbon strategy for Morocco is not public yet, so I cannot share with you figures, but I invite you to come for the official presentation on Wednesday 6 at noon in the Moroccan Pavilion. We'll be happy to hold you in this in this event. Alors maybe where is here? So to start this presentation, I would like to present the context. We should note that Morocco demonstrated its commitment to climate change for a long time. It has been in 2009 with the national strategy, energy strategy, with a target of 42% electricity mix by 2020. After that, the target will has been revised upwards to 52% by 2030 at the COP22. So they started from scratch in 2009, and they succeeded in developing a capacity around 2 gigawatts in wind power and 1 gigawatt in solar power in less than 10 years. But these figures are just the first step, and that we should note this. Morocco plans to triple its renewable energy capacity and investment over the next years, drawing on its assets as well as its proven know-how in the implementation of large-scale infrastructure projects. Morocco has an extraordinary renewable energy potential capable of decarbonizing the country, but also to contribute to decarbonize its privileged partners at the most competitive cost. And this is the key. So the most important thing is to prepare Morocco of this position, this strategic position, to be a privileged partner to Europe, to Africa, and to all other countries to produce green and to be a destination for this green production. And why this? Why? Because Morocco it's just 0.2% of global greenhouse gas emission. And comparatively, we can see that other countries has, of course, more weight in the world. And the ambition and the target of Morocco is to help itself, but also other countries. So about the NDC, as you may know, Morocco started very early in this commitment with the NDC. It was presented in 2016 for the first one. It was revisited on 2021, and we actually current programs and strategic programs to include it in the NDC action. So just some figures here about the targets for the last NDC commitment for the unconditional. So it's a reduction of 18.3% by 2030, and it's 45.5 for conditional objective. So it's around $40 billion, but probably these figures are going to be updated with the low carbon strategy. So let's move to the next slide. And just to understand how it was built. The low carbon strategy in Morocco was built based on the NDC structure. And that's a key point because it will be more easy to evaluate, to follow up the measures and all the programs. And it was structured with seven sectors. So we have energy, transport, industry, building, agriculture, forest, and waste. And how we build this project, the project of course formulate the low carbon strategy was three main phases. So the LEAP modeling. So we actually the construction project has been structured in the first phase with to put a climate policy on a scientific footing. The second phase was to analyze macroeconomic impacts to demonstrate the benefits of the carbon neutral policy and to also to control all the risks. And finally, the third phase was to define the governance, the financial, the capacity building strategy, and finally, the measures needed to achieve the strategy, the low carbon strategy objectives. So, as a fundamental point of best practice, I have to share with you that the governance of the project has been done with the several and with all the sectors that we saw here. So they were political, technical, associatives, representatives of regions, of cities, the private sector, the financial sector, and the regulatory institutions. So it's what I want to say. It's a beautiful example of participatory democracy. And this is a key point. So they have been officially appointed to three bodies, the steering committee to define strategic orientation and make collective decision for all sector. All sector were included in this steering committee. Of course, the technical committee was to support scientific work of modeling, and seven sectoral groups concerned by the NDC and the low carbon strategy. So it means that it will be it has been a great ownership of the sectors, of course, and all the stakeholders, and it's really a key of success for, of course, the implementation. Maybe we can go to the third and last slide. This is just I cannot share the figures, but I can share maybe some points, some very important points. We have three components here. We have the governance, the reforms, and the resource mobilization. So for the governance, 2 points. One point is about the national governance, but also the territorial components and how they can work together to, in the same time, implement the national strategy, but also participate to build the national strategy. So what we should know about this strategy is that it's not, it's a strategy that can evolve and be revised because it's a long-term strategy. We cannot plan for, so we have to adjust, and for that we plan to have a process, very clear process, to evaluate and to put the right decision, political decision, but also also resources and everything we needed to achieve the goal. And I cannot say what is the goal, but you will probably know in 2 days if Morocco will be net zero, and if Morocco will be net zero in 2060 or before. This is the big question that we should know about it for in 2 days. About maybe also one point very important for the MRV. This is a key point for the MRV to evaluate with scientific ways and to know exactly what is going on the on practical measures. So I think I saw Somali. I need to conclude now. What I want to say, if you are interested by knowing more about it, I will be pleased to share with you more. And I invite you all to be here on Wednesday 6 for the Pavilion Morocco. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rim. Our next and last speaker is Mr. Sebastian Tovar. Welcome, Sebastian, the Director of Climate Change and Risk Management from the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development in Colombia. He has extensive experience in that region and also on climate transparency and looking at carbon markets. Today, the NDC Action Project has played a very important role, an interesting role in Colombia, which we will shortly hear about on institutional arrangements. But what I should also mention is some support has been provided to explore potential multilateral strategies to set up debt for climate and nature swaps in the region. I'm not sure whether we're going to have time today to cover some of that, but if not, I encourage people to perhaps come up to either one of us to ask about it. Sebastian, over to you. Mr. Tovar.
Thank you, Somali, and thank you, colleagues, for this invitation. It's a pleasure being here. I have the honor and the privilege to know this project from the very, very beginning and from its implementation in Colombia. So it's wonderful to see how this type of processes are developing and obtaining outcomes in countries like ours. It is also good to know that we are facing same or very similar challenges in the implementation of our NDCs. So trying to move from NDCs as a political signal into realistic uh, and implemented actions in our countries is a huge challenge. I think that we are, and I'm speaking right now on behalf of my country from the experience I have, we are facing the challenge of the implementation of all the actions we included into our NDCs. In Colombia, we have more than 200 actions already identified by sector, by national companies, by local governments, by indigenous people. So there's a fully and a very comprehensive landscape of the actions we supposed to implement and we commit to. But there is a huge challenge to understand how we're going to do that. And we need to start by saying this. It's important to be transparent and saying it's a huge challenge to understand how we're going to do this. How we're going to do this. It is very difficult to go with a clear conversation with other stakeholders, with investors. I said Philip mentioned this. Today, ambition is investment. And in the case of Colombia, ambition is also investment in adaptation, investment in resilience. And when we start to talk about that, start to become very, very, very complex. It is expensive to do this type of investment. It is complex to engage people and to be sure that we are going in the right direction if we want to obtain the implementation we want. So we prepare just few slides to share our experience. Somali mentioned some of the areas we developed in the NDC Action project in Colombia. So we start making ourselves these questions: how can NDC commitments be translated into concrete actions at the sectoral and the subnational level? What will be the key elements of an NDC financing strategy or a roadmap to achieve climate goals? What is the level of coordination and orchestration required to deliver climate financing? And does the country need innovation and transformation on the institutional level? This is very important because in the case of Colombia, we already know, as we mentioned, we already know that we need to mobilize at least 3 points of our GDP for the implementation of the NDC. And historically, we have been implementing 0.1 uh, points of our GDP. So we are very far from what we really need. This is one of the points. The second one is related to the debt situation. Colombia is investing 7 points of the GDP for debt service. So we need to invest at least 3 points, but we need also to respond with our commitments on the debt service for 7 points. So there's a huge challenge for the Ministry of Finance and from the public investment point of view. So to answer those questions, we start to deliver actions defining what are the clear shared visions, tangible and measurable goals with other sectors. So convergence is the word here. We have been working into the convergence between sectors and between local governments. And one of the instruments we have, I think that was who mentioned that at the beginning, development plans of our countries. Some one of the speakers at the beginning mentioned that development plans are a very important tool. And in the case of Colombia, we have 5 development plans that have been informing new NDCs, and this is the case of the current development plan we have right now. So we are thinking about the updating process of the new NDC from a perspective of peace consolidation. So we are in the one of the most critical moments in the history of our country, just in the middle of the implementation of the peace process we have. This peace process is directly related to the main source of emissions in our country, which is deforestation, so and land management too. So the link between these two policies, climate action and peace process implementation, is one of the most important things we discover in the framework of the conversation we got with NDC action project. After that, we start to think about what kind of action do we need to include into a portfolio? We already have 200, but 200 actions are too many. There is a very complex message. If you want to go to investors, what kind of investors? If you want to go to multilateral, if you want to go to private banks, if you want to go to local development banks, it's important to be clear on that. Identify which actions inside of your NDC are eligible to which source of financing, and this is also part of the work we have been doing with our colleagues at the NDC Action Project. And this is related to the institutional arrangements and the type of orchestration we require in order to put all of the institutions we have in Colombia on a common language, on a common narrative about what climate action means. We are in the middle of many transformations. I already mentioned one of them, the consolidation of the peace process, but we are also implementing a reform in the agricultural sector, and we are starting the just energy transition process. So there are many transitions taking place in the same country with a huge social and economic challenges, and that's the opportunity of NDCs in order to be the platform to order to align those efforts. So the concept of country platforms, and we were this morning with the World Bank talking about the CCDRs. Those instruments are very important to be incorporated into the new NDCs. Think NDCs as a portfolio for investors. Try to identify 2 to 4 key performance indicators related to human development. In the case of Colombia, this is mandatory because we need to take care about the peace policy. So there is not an option to think about prioritization if it is not a human rights approach. And that's the approach we are implementing right now on the current situation of the project. So we start. Oh, I would like just to go to, because I think that we are running out of the time. I would like to conclude saying that we have these 3 final points. We start with the NDC mission oriented approach. This is a concept based on the Professor Matsukato work, saying that it's important to divide the work, identify clear works, and try to put it into a plan. The second one is a fast track methodology to build climate projects pipelines. It's clear for us that we at the government, we have a huge problem to structure bankable projects. So NDC Action Project is helping us in finding the right experts, in finding the right people to structure those projects inside of the NDC portfolio. And finally, financial instruments. One of them already, somebody already talked about it, the debt swaps and the use of SDRs and other type of instruments like debt reliefs or new concessional debts in the framework of the reform of the MDBs, for example. So all of these conversations are taking place this year in the framework of the global stock take, but also taking place in the reform of NDBs and the G20 meetings. So I think that this is the opportunity for NDCs. The new generation of NDCs should be informed as a country platform, including the CCDR's information, identifying the right KPIs, and try to be clear in order to align the language with the right investors. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to run, but I know that we have many commitments in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, and for this very interesting insights from Colombia. We've heard a variation of approaches, from looking at gender equality and inclusion in Vietnam to innovative instruments such as debt swaps in Colombia, and then looking at multi-sectoral approaches across the three tiers of governance reforms and resource mobilization in Morocco. I would now like to offer the audience a chance to ask questions to our speakers. To start us off, I have a question for perhaps everyone on the podium. This is really going back to the question around gender equality. And in my work experience, sometimes the processes, the procedures, the ways to do that, to include these considerations in the formulation of strategies and then the implementation of the NDCs is not very well known. And I'm wondering whether Colombia and Morocco have also tried to integrate gender equality within their NDCs, and if there's anything that perhaps that Dr. Tui has mentioned today resonates with your countries as well. Over to you. Mic works. Just need to put it on.
Well, thank you, Somali, for your question. This is a very important factor for us in Morocco. Actually, we have the chance that we have several ministers who are women, and especially for the Minister of Economic and Finance. So the second person, most important person in the government for Morocco, and actually the Minister of Energy Transition is also a woman, Mrs. Leila Ben Ali, and actually we put it into like we are actually putting in a law. We're trying to put in a law uh, some KPIs and some objectives for gender equality, and we think that it's by this way that uh, we can really have an impact in this goals of gender equality. So this is a part of the question, but as you know, uh, the climate change impacts more women than men. And this is why it's important also to have representatives, role model roles who are women, to integrate how we can uh, be more equal for the impact of climate change and for every aspect and every dimension. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rim. Do we have any questions? I have, as I wait for questions to come from the audience, I have a follow-up interlinking to what you've just mentioned, Ms. Rim. So I understand that, gender equality is very important, but it also leads into the importance of looking at diverse aspects of portfolio structuring and bankable projects. You mentioned that, Sebastian, during your presentation, that it's been quite a challenge to look at bankability and understand bankability, particularly for adaptation and resilience. Could you perhaps give us an indication of the top two challenges that the Colombian government has managed to overcome, and also bring in private sector interest to invest in some of these adaptation opportunities?
Thank you, Somali, for that question. Yes, in Colombia, we have a very interesting experience. We call this the Green Protocol. The Green Protocol is a memorandum of understanding with the private banks in Colombia, and this is part of this mindset of trying to find the right words, trying to find the right pathways to work together with different sectors. So we at the government, we speak a language, we have our priorities, we have our way of work, and the people and our colleagues at the private banks, they have their own language, their own way of work. So it's important to bring everyone together to a table and try to identify the priorities and try to identify which are those projects that we could be considered as a bridge between these two different sectors. So this is the Green Protocol approach in Colombia. So we start this conversation many years ago. This protocol is renewed year by year, and it is led by the presidents of banks. And from our side is directly the minister who goes to the Green Protocol. So in the framework of that conversation, we identify priorities, we identify projects, we promote common actions that we can develop in order to ensure the conditions and the market conditions to mobilize the private resources that we require in the case, for example, the adaptation. So there are many experiences in the Green Protocol regarding projects related to adaptation based in communities and adaptation based in ecosystems. But this is a work that in the case of Colombia is a work of years, because a matter that comes a word that comes to my mind when we talk about financial signals is trust. So create trust with the financial sector requires a lot of work, requires a lot of years and hours of work with them, and try to identify the right investment lines and the right projects to promote.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Patrick.
Thank you very much. I'm Patrick Chivaya from Climate Change Adaptation Innovation, one of the NTIs under the NDC Action Project in Uganda. Today's talk is about institutional arrangements. How have you, as different countries, grappled with the issue of the different mandates of the different institutions so that they can work together? You have described a little bit of it, government vis-a-vis private sector, but even within government, different ministries and groups find themselves looking at this as their mandate and they don't want to relinquish any of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. That's a very interesting question. And in the case of Colombia, this is a huge challenge. We are trying to deal with that. Some It's always difficult to explain that even if we are part of a same government, we have different mandates inside of the government. So we need to align agendas. For example, in the case of Colombia, the energy, the agricultural, and the environment agenda need to be pretty well aligned if we want to go directly to local communities and try to create public value together with them. So we need to be clear, we need to be transparent, and that should be understandable for people what the government is trying to do. And that is not the case. That is very difficult. That is very difficult. So in the case of Colombia, we have two key elements to align this conversation. One of them is water. Nothing we can do. We cannot do anything without water. We want to. If you want to do energy, if you want to do agricultural, if you want to do, if you want to ensure human rights, you need to think on a country like ours. We are a country of wetlands and rivers and lagoons, so we need to think about planning and land use surrounding water. And the second one is our policy of peace. Peace is the basis, is the most important condition for human development in the case of Colombia. So any action, it doesn't matter which sector, which ministry, which agency is going to the territory, uh, will be implemented, should have these two things as a primer: water management and peace.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sebastian. And I know we're infringing upon the prep for the next session, but I would want to give us some time to hear from Mr. Filippo Berardi from the Global Environment Facility. He's looking at a very interesting program called the Net Zero Nature Positive Accelerator Program. I'll just stop with that because we're running with time. But Filippo, I'd love to hear how we can create linkages between what Jeff is doing and the NDC Action Project to end this side event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sumali, and I'll try to be brief, although I have so many things to say after this super interesting panel. I think the sort of key consideration here is what comes after an initial sort of technical assistance, relatively small project, and how do you use that um, cars public funding in a way that it can be as catalytic as possible to both bring in private sector, but also really to support mobilization of domestic finance. So at the end of the day, we can look at the climate funds as the sort of saviors and providers of climate solution. But the reality is the money that we are able to mobilize are like really a drop in the bucket in terms of what's needed, in terms of how much countries will need for their net zero nature positive path. And so there's two elements. I think is one is continuity of funding. The other one is ensuring that all of these parts are working together. We, the climate funds, are trying. Just yesterday, we announced an action plan to enhance complementarity of funding. We really want to make sure that countries can sort of be in the driving seat and grow funding from our funds in a way that is as efficient and complementary as possible. And at the other end, we also need to see this coordination at national level to make sure that all of the different ministries are rowing in the same direction. So how do we do that? Um, the premises of the program that you just announced, which by the way, I'm very happy to see two of the countries represented here are participating. With Colombia, we're doing a lot of other things, but with Morocco and with Vietnam, we have about 8 million and 6 million, which are going to be used to bridge the gap between the current NDC path and the 2050 net zero nature positive alignment. We know that collectively NDC are not getting us there, and this is a global problem. Obviously, developed countries will have to play that part. But in the context of developing countries, there's also something else we can do with provision of international funding. So the accelerator is trying to sort of create these intergovernmental whole of society approach and sort of make sure that whatever we do on climate is also compatible with the nature goals and it doesn't end up impairing on the needs, for instance, under the new global biodiversity framework. So we are very much trying to link climate and biodiversity, and we are trying to provide funding both in terms of technical assistance, but also blended finance to start really kind of structure investment vehicles and facility for specific sector, bringing in the private sector to make sure that we can move from that baseline NDC to an enhanced NDC with international support that can eventually result in that alignment that will hopefully bring us towards 1.5. So I'll stop here. I know we're running super late, but I'm happy to provide additional context on this program and generally what the GEF does. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, thank you so much for joining us today, Finance Day, at another session that would look at different aspects of financing for development and financing for climate, with a very distinguished panel joining us today to unleash climate resilient infrastructure investment to the world from COP28. This afternoon, we will examine with our expert panel the escalating challenges in climate resilience infrastructure investment in developing countries and means of addressing them. We will explore strategies for bridging the substantial investment gaps in sustainable infrastructure from the point of view of government, financial institutions, and the technology sector. UNEP's Adaptation Gap Report estimates the modeled costs of adaptation in developing countries at approximately $215 billion per year for this decade alone, a significant increase over previous estimates, which underscores the growing financial burden of adapting to climate change in developing countries. The adaptation finance needed to implement domestic adaptation priorities in developing countries is estimated at $387 billion per year. However, the current public multilateral and bilateral adaptation finance flows to developing countries are significantly lower, amounting to just $21 billion in 2021, which declined by 15% already from previous years. This results in an adaptation finance gap estimated at over $194 to $366 billion per year. The gap highlights the disparity between the financial resources needed and those that are currently available. Now, please allow me to unpack this with our expert panel and allow me to introduce the distinguished panel. We start with Her Excellency Peggy Serame, Minister of Finance and Economic Development of Botswana. Welcome, Minister. We are very happy to have with us Dr. Alo Duhong, International Environmentalist and Indonesian Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry. We are also happy to welcome David Grinold. He is the Global Managing Director of Climate Risk, Decarbonization, Nature and Biodiversity and Adaptation at KPMG. We are very pleased to have Karen Svensson, Chief Sustainability Officer of the Volvo Group, and Dr. Alhamdu Dorsuma, Climate Change and Green Growth Manager at the African Development Bank. We welcome you all and thank you very much for joining us today. And let's dive into it. And I'll start with the Honorable Minister Serame. Minister, Botswana, like many African nations, is increasingly affected by climate change, which necessitates adaptive infrastructure investments. What are the key strategies the government is deploying to ensure adequate financing is mobilized towards climate resilience in national infrastructure projects?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. Quite an interesting topic for all of us. And I must indicate that really for me, this is my first COP. And a lot of it is about learnings and taking in as much as we can so that we go back home and use that to refine what we've been doing. First, let me start by indicating that I'll just take this year as an example. This current financial year, 60% of our budget goes to infrastructure. And out of that 60%, 7% goes to what we call transition infrastructure. Now, that is something that is new. Over the years, we just provided a budget. This would be going to infrastructure and just like that. But for the past 2 or 3 years, we now go deeper into what type of infrastructure are you financing, because we have to take deliberate steps
to ensure that infrastructure that we are investing in, the infrastructure that we are putting in place, also speaks to climate change issues. But what is important for us is that while we are able to provide some domestic resources, it's not adequate. So it is critical that we get into partnerships with other stakeholders who can close the gap of what is required. That is one. Two, we are also taking stock of the infrastructure that we already have, because a lot of the infrastructure that we have, we still have to go back and modify it to meet the current needs and the current challenges. Three, we need technical expertise. Even when we have the infrastructure, you know that we have to modify it. Do we have the expertise to know what to do in addition to the financing? And we are also looking at the regulatory environment. Yes, we have the policies and the strategies, but is it adequate, or do we need to change it, including the laws? Do we have all the laws that we need to have in place to ensure that we actually meet our targets and meet some of our objectives? And also what we've taken as a decision as government is that we are going to increase the financing or the budget for research and innovation. That will also speak to climate-related issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll just have a follow-up question here. I mean, the other day we were very fortunate to have His Excellency President Masisi on our panel. And in his discussions with us and with the experts, he always mentioned innovation and technology as one of the country's key priorities. Now, we saw billions of dollars almost already pledged. To what extent do you feel that this will translate into actual investment in Botswana from previous experience? And tell me a little bit more about some of the challenges that you are facing in investment into technology and the vision as you move in this direction.
Thank you very much. I think I will choose to be more hopeful than before, because I think we've all reached a point where everybody's saying, we've talked, we've made pledges, let them come through, and let us make it easier for everybody to actually access the financing that has been pledged, and for those that have pledged to make good on those pledges. Yes, we do have a digitalization strategy in Botswana, but also in there we need the financing as well, even to come from outside of Botswana to help us to achieve what we've set out to achieve in that strategy. And really, I think this also speaks to some extent to the global financial architecture. For some years now, we've been talking about reforming the global financial architecture. This is the time now to actually implement everything that we've been saying, and we've all been in agreement that this needs to change, and it has to change now rather than later. One of the challenges, just one that I would like to speak to as Botswana, is we find ourselves in a very interesting place. We are a high middle income country. So sometimes our financing comes at a higher cost than other developing countries. So it's really to look at, yes, you might be a developing country, but what are the critical needs and what are the risks? And if we don't assist you to achieve that, wouldn't you now slide back to going below what you be as ranked as an economy? So those are some of the challenge to say, even though we are ranked differently, we're at different levels of development. Can we not just look at the classification? Can we also look at the risk and the needs of each country? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I'll move now to Indonesia and to Vice Minister Duhong. Dr. Duhong, you are an international award-winning environmentalist. Your work resulted in the protection of threatened ecosystems and the empowerment of traditional owners. So congratulations for that. And I know that you've won an Australian award actually quite recently. Now, in your role, you were tasked with the ambitious goal of restoring 2 million hectares of degraded peatlands across Indonesia. I want you to share insights into how large-scale restoration intersects with the imperative for climate resilience infrastructure investment and your experience in this regards.
Thank you. If we talk about
climate resilient infrastructure project in Indonesia and also other developing countries, we need to see from at least six aspects. First of all, if we talk about large coastal restoration, that's mean we talk about how we can restore the ecosystem services and climate resilient to get it back to it at least a minimum to the close to the original condition. In particular, in Indonesia, for example, we have a huge target for peatland restoration, where we our target is actually up to even more than 2 million hectares out of our degraded peatland. And also apart from peatland, we're also doing this 600 million hectares of mangrove restoration throughout the countries. So that's very important because degraded ecosystem like peatland or mangrove, if we let them into this kind of situation, that's mean we lost so many kind of ecosystem services out of it. So that's very important to get back all these kind of ecosystem services. And the second important about this ecosystem is about water management issues. So, for example, in doing this peatland restoration, we constructed a lot of, we call it rewetting infrastructure, like canal blocking, canal backfillings, and deep well and so on to keep, for example, peat become wet and moisturized along the years in order to, avoid lots of emission release from this degraded peatland, and also to create a precondition for the peatland to be, planted or revegetation again in this kind of ecosystem. The third issue is about how we can again to promote biodiversity conservation. So by doing this a large scale of rehabilitation, that we also start to promote, the biodiversity conservation in that kind of site, either flora or fauna and the others things. And fourth is aspect is again by doing this kind of restoration, that means we start to do our carbon sequestration and sinks in the ecosystem. So that means promote sequestration of CO2 from atmosphere and keep it into the vegetation as well as peatland. And the third aspect is about community resilience. Sometimes, degraded area ecosystem like peatland or mangrove can pose, vulnerability to the communities' livelihood and health and so on. So that's why we need to get this to in order to improve the resilience of the local communities. And finally, actually, we need to create adaptive uh, urban and rural planning. So based on this existing ecosystem services and the ecosystem resilient infrastructure. So we need to do it like that one. Thanks.
Let me ask you this. It looks to me like it could work in either way. In your experience and in your restoration work, working especially in remote areas, working with indigenous communities. So I have two parts of the questions. The first one, and we will keep to time, so we will need to move a little bit, but because I want to give a chance also for our audience to share and participate. But in your experience, to what extent you felt you had the kind of infrastructure and financing that was required for you to undertake the restoration project? And to me, it seems like sometimes when you work on remote areas, you want to keep them to some extent away from, let's say, too much infrastructure. So what kind of infrastructure are we talking about here? And what is the role, the context of indigenous knowledge, indigenous communities, which is another side of the coin?
All right. Well, sometime, based on my experience, we can also rely to do a restoration in the remote areas based on the local wisdom and local knowledge. For example, like we adopted this canal blocking system Actually, when I first introduced this canal blocking system in doing this peatland restoration, actually I learned from the traditional communities how they doing, like small scale of water management in that kind of areas. So that's why we adopt that kind of technology, try to scale it up and try to make a certain modification that suit to the to the environments and peatland characteristic and so on. So that's why we can't disregard this kind of local knowledge and local wisdom, because this kind of technology, especially restoration, is not belong to the people in the scientific communities, but also belong to the local communities. And why is it very important to adopt this local communities' wisdom and technology? Because they are close to that areas, far away from the cities, far away from the center of the education and so on. That's why we need to create something that adaptable to them and implementable by them and so on, something like that. And secondly, that's very important if you're doing like a restoration in the remote areas and so on, and very difficult site. We need to engage people, local people in the genuine way, right? Because they are supposed to be the belong to them, all this kind of initiative. Otherwise, if you just introduce something from outside, and then you ask them just to participate in that kind of activities, and this we call it project-based activities. Once you project finish and they finish everything, but if you engage them from the planning, from the designing, and also implementing that, and from the monitoring and evaluation, and they feel like, oh, this belong to our program, right? I belong to the community program and so on.
Do we have enough financing for such projects on the ground?
I know that's one particular challenging is finance issues, right? Because once you're doing a large scale, restoration like in Indonesia, I said I'm talking about million hectares of peatland restoration and nearly million hectares of mangrove restoration. That substantial, huge budget we needed, but we can also use a strategy that technology that not really very expensive, but it's work very effectively. Like as I said, local knowledge, local technology can be very cheap. And can be we can use the local community to build it up. Other than we invite, international or national expert that very expensive to carry out that project.
Okay,
So it's very
thank you so much. No, that's really useful. Let me go back to Minister Sarami for a second, and I'll ask a similar question.
okay.
Now, as
Yes.
Botswana moves to some extent from, a mining-focused economy to a more diversified model, to what extent is financing a challenge, and what are the 3 or 4 things that you foresee in order to bridge that gap?
Thank you very much. Financing, I don't think there's any Minister of Finance who will ever say the financing is adequate. So while we are able to finance probably 70% or so of our budget, we still require resources from external sources. And some of the challenges that we face is that even with that 70 to 80% that we can mobilize from our own resources, it is subject to many risks. And some of the risks is that we rely so much, a lot of our revenues come from mineral revenues. And the risks that come with our revenues. Once they go down, that means you can go from 80% to 30% just like that. So really being able to diversify our sources of revenue is one of the risks that we have and the challenges that we have to deal with to ensure that we are able to provide our own resources. The other issue relates to efficiencies in our collections of our own revenues. There's an opportunity to improve in that area, as well as efficiency in spending. Those are some of the issues that we are currently dealing with. And I believe that if we do address those things, there can be more resources that are available for climate related and friendly infrastructure and other investments that we require. But we still need other stakeholders to take part in our development trajectory.
Let us go to one possible stakeholder in this trajectory. I'll go directly to you, Corinne, actually. And Corinne, you are the Chief Sustainability Officer of Volvo Group, and you deal with heavy transport, trucks for mining, for other, so it's not the small cars, it's a different type of company. Um, and if we talk about financing and we talk about foreign direct investment and investing and bringing technology support and technology transfer to countries like Botswana or other countries that are emerging in their journey economically, to what extent is the infrastructure, lack of the infrastructure for sustainable mobility, for example, a problem? And in your view, maybe from a completely different perspective, how do you bridge that? What is required so that we hold the hand and be a real partner to these countries, both at the national, local level, but also at a regional? I mean, Botswana is a star in the SADC region, for example. So just give us your perspective, and it might be very different, coming from where you are.
Yeah, probably quite different. But I think if I start like this, we have this strategy and ambition to be net zero by 2040. That means that we need to decarbonize both on downstream, meaning our products. So when our products are used, that's when most of the emission comes out. We also need to carbonize upstream. That means all the materials, steel, batteries, etc., that goes into the vehicles, and also our own operations. And all this in order to put a sustainable transport system in place. And our strategy is not the European strategy, it's not an American strategy, it is, of course, a global strategy. So by 2030, we want 35% of everything we sell to be electric. And then, of course, there are a number of prerequisites that needs to be in place, and that goes for Sweden, that goes for Botswana, or that goes for any country. And that is that we need to have, for example, charging infrastructure in place. We need to have access to renewable energy in place. We need to have the right policy measures in place. And I think that this change that we are now seeing is a real system change. So it will require cooperation, and maybe that's where we can move together. We need to cooperate both downstream with our customers in the value chain, and we need to cooperate upstream in the value chain with the suppliers of different materials, etc. We also need to cooperate around the enablers. We have, for example, a cooperation together with some of our main competitors to build charging infrastructure, because we see that that's something that's lacking. And I think that something that we could support on is, of course, to get a better understanding in all countries on what this system change actually entails. What do we need to do together? We also have lots of discussions and advocacy together with cities or regions to understand what actually will be required to transform, for example, public transportation into a more sustainable one, or when it comes to setting up more on the freight side. So I think that's maybe something where we could support and where we would be very interested in having discussions, because as I said, our strategy is a global strategy. We are present in 190 countries, so we need to change everywhere.
So exactly, it's a message of we need to do things differently. Because if we
Definitely.
continue to do what we do the same way we did it, well, the last 50 years of multilateral action on the environment led to little, if at all, in terms of meeting the global goals or meeting the environmental goals. You about working with your competitors very quickly. What do you mean by that? Why do you do that? What's the logic, and how does it pay off?
We share in many ways the same goals and ambitions as our competitors. So when it comes to charging infrastructure, that's something that we see is lacking. So approved by the authorities, we have decided to form a joint venture called Milans together with the Daimler Trucks and Traton, actually to build 1,700 charging points starting in Europe. Because we see that without that, we are not able to move towards net zero. We also do other collaborations. We have a joint venture with Daimler Truck on developing fuel cells, just because it's also something that we need.
Now, with emerging markets, in countries where there is still no infrastructure, and we're having this discussion to explore how to finance and how to support this infrastructure now, what would be the most attractive element that would let you say, let me go there, let me do business there?
I think it all starts with having a common dialogue around what are the things that actually needs to be in place, and either we can leapfrog in certain areas. We might not have to go through all the different emission steps, or in certain cases, you know, if we talk about public transport, just offering public transport is a way of actually achieving something more sustainable, and then you can move into electric. But I think there are, to have this discussion about the system perspective and the enablers that needs to be in place, I think is something that we would welcome.
Now, I will go to the African Development Bank to talk about financing. And the African Development Bank has multiple initiatives on adaptation financing, on building resilience financing. So maybe you tell us a little bit more about that when it comes to financing sustainable infrastructure and financing. We've just had a session with the Egyptian at the Egyptian Pavilion with a number of partners, the World Bank, the Egyptian government, UNDP, and others. And we were talking about aligning development finance and climate finance to achieve both the SDGs and the targets of the Paris Agreement. So, what are the main challenges in aligning infrastructure investments with the global goals and the climate goals in Africa, especially considering the fragmented nature of the landscape, especially the climate financing landscape?
Thank you very much. Let me first say that at the African Development Bank, we recognize that poor infrastructure is one of the constraints to Africa's development right now. And when I say poor infrastructure, it's not just about the fact that this infrastructure is insufficient, but the existing infrastructure has, the quality of the existing infrastructure is quite limited. And on top of that, we see that climate infrastructure is actually one of the key sectors that are vulnerable to climate change in Africa, especially coastal infrastructure due to sea level rise, etc. And for us, we have taken an approach 10 years ago, or more than 10 years ago, to mainstream climate change into our infrastructure development processes. We do apply some tools to screen climate risk within our infrastructure portfolio. And to jump to your question on the challenges, currently there are a couple of challenges. Some of them are known. There is this challenge relating to the perceived risk of investing in Africa, especially on infrastructure. I'm glad that it is perceived because we know recently a study done by one of the major global credit risk agencies that show that actually the risk of investing in Africa is limited as compared to other continents. So this is actually a perceived risk. And then another challenge is on the cost of capital. Cost of borrowing in Africa is quite high, and this affects the investment in infrastructure. In addition to that, when it comes to mobilizing climate finance, we see a lot of challenges. Challenges from the fact that the existing global climate financing instruments are quite complex and difficult to access by African countries in order to leverage resources to build resilience into their infrastructure projects. That's one. Number two, at the government level also there are challenges. The capacity to develop projects that can meet the requirements of those global climate funds. Also, the lack of expertise within the countries is an issue that we see as a challenge. And this currently affects the ability of the African continent to access global funds. Actually, the Africa accesses like less than 3% of global funds because of those challenges. And we did an assessment this year, the African Economic Outlook report, that showed that to implement the commitments that African countries made under their NDCs, we need a total of 2.8 trillion by 2030. Annually, it is around 250 billion. But when you look at what Africa accesses as climate finance now, it is less than 20 billion per year. So how do you bridge the gap? That will be the key issue. And at the African Development Bank, as you said, we have several initiatives. We have, for instance, launched together with the Global Center on Adaptation, GCA, 2 years ago, an initiative called Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. It's a 25 billion initiative to build resilience and boost adaptation in Africa. Half of the 25 billion is already being put on the table by the African Development Bank. We are now mobilizing the remaining 12.5 billion from other partners. Under that program, we have an investment program called Africa Resilient Infrastructure Program. And this is a program that is aiming to actually fill the infrastructure gap that, as I have just mentioned. By the way, there are studies that show that 70% of Africa's infrastructure is yet to be built. So we are going to make it right, making sure that this new infrastructure is built in a more sustainable and climate resilient manner. So that's the reason why this Africa Infrastructure Resilient Program is aiming to ensure that new infrastructure in Africa are built on a resilient way. And also we make sure that we retrofit existing infrastructure to ensure that they withstand the impacts of climate change. Last point I want to mention is an initiative we launched at COP27 last year. We call it the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, which aims at mobilizing 500 million as project development funds to prepare bankable projects, infrastructure projects, with the aim to mobilize 10 billion for investment opportunities. Just to say that yesterday we got a ceremony to sign agreements with partners to get already around 200 million of these 500 million to start preparing bankable transformative infrastructure projects that are low carbon based and climate resilient. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So I'm going to go to David because I think we all want to hear about private capital. But as we do that, I want our panel, all of you, to think of a question that I would like to pose to you. As we talk, as the African Development Bank has just clarified, kind of the ecosystem of investment from a development financing point of view, I think what comes to mind here when you talked about perceived risk is that we talk a lot in Africa, especially about de-risking investment. What does that look like to you? Is it a realistic thought? Can we actually de-risk investment? Because vulnerabilities, lack of stability, lots of other factors build into what we call perception or perhaps reality of, is this a great environment? Is it a safe environment for investment in climate infrastructure, into development infrastructure? And I think it's one of the key aspects of the challenges we are facing in attracting the right type of financial flows that are actually sustainable and that are investment focused. So please think of that, and I'd love to get your very different maybe or similar perspectives on this as we come to closer to the end of the panel and we open the floor. But David, let me go to you, and I can't wait to ask you, what is the role of private capital in financing resilient infrastructure needs in vulnerable countries?
Hello, Don. Thank you so much for the.
I don't need to.
That working?
It's better.
Thanks so much for the question, and I think we've heard about the need over and over already on this panel, right? In terms of the enormity of the infrastructure financing need, both today and going forward. I think clearly, as evidenced by the Adaptation Gap Report, as well as the midterm review of the Sendai framework, in terms of funding flows over the last number of decades, significant gap already, irrespective of what our future needs are. Official development assistance financing related to DRR in relation to those ever increasing costs really hasn't moved over the last 30 years, right? We know that the adaptation component of current financial flows is a mere 10%. So that kind of sets the context for then where does private sector come in terms of filling the gap? And I think the reality today, and the studies have indicated that private finance only is about 1 to 2% of all of that. So the need cannot be met, will not be met solely by concessional finance. We need to bring in private capital to unlock and scale our climate finance needs in relation to infrastructure. I think the challenges, if you go back to, well, why only 1 to 2%? And I think we heard about the challenges around bankability and coming up with project pipelines that are attractive to financiers. And I think that there are a whole bunch of different factors, short-termism, clearly. I think the fact that I think market inefficiencies in terms of pricing risk, both in terms of understanding, what the physical climate risk is. And I very much think about this in terms of thinking about investments in resilience acting as a credit against the contingent liability risk that's associated with some sort of extreme weather or disaster related event and its potential to impair valuations, liquidity of physical or non-physical assets, as well as actual asset impairment in terms of performance. I think making the business case, and that goes back to the bankability component, I think the societal benefits of investing in adaptation are very clear, right? But it's that public returns versus private returns, and how do you address the, effectively we don't monetize or value the externalities, positive and social, associated with projects. How do we get to that? But I think there's also a component, and I think it was on a previous panel that I was listening in on. It's a matter of language and having common language, both between government and the private sector, and kind of speaking that, but also within the private sector. And I talk about both corporates, but as well as, we're talking banks, we're talking asset managers, we're talking private equity, and, how they talk about adaptation. And I held an event 2 days ago with Standard Chartered, where we had 40 CSOs, chief sustainability officers, principally from banks, global banks, many of them from the EMDEs. And you might be surprised. The first question is, we don't, there's no common language around what adaptation is, and that's just a kind of fundamental starting point. So one thing I wanted to mention, where we're trying to tackle this need, it's kind of a pretty basic need in my view, but is working with Standard Chartered, which operates, I think, in 90 markets around the world, 80% of those within the developing world, and working along with UNDRR and the Climate Bond Initiative, is to develop a guide for adaptation and resilience finance geared to commercial banks operating within emerging markets and developing economies. And that guide has two principal components. One is a taxonomy or a common classification framework. Most importantly, that taxonomy is, it's not being built to add to the cacophony of existing taxonomies that exist already out there, but really built on the shoulders of work that has already been promulgated by UNDR and CBI earlier this year around an adaptation classification framework that ties into, the EU Sustainable Finance Taxonomy and various MDB taxonomies. But the second is a structured, systematic, stepwise approach to integrating adaptation and resilience in investment decision making and management. So it's going through all of the steps in terms of how do you screen a potential investment for substantial contribution to adaptation? How do you look at social and environmental safeguards? How do you address the potential for maladaptation? How do you then identify those adaptation categories and eligible investments? How do you align that with your investment strategy? How do you then develop those kind of structured financial products, right? Whether that be loans, bonds, private placements, enhanced credit facilities, And then how do you wrap that all up in terms of the use of proceeds and impact monitoring? So that's something that we'll be launching in Q1 of 2024 and hoping that'll address one component of the private financing challenge.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, we have exactly maybe 5 to 6 minutes, and this is what I want to do, which is very, very ambitious. I want to take one or two either comments or questions from the floor. If you have any, please put your hands up, let me know. 1, 2, fantastic. So 2, keep it short and to the point, and then we will go to our panel very quickly in 30 seconds. How do we de-risk investment for climate and development resilient infrastructure and to encourage financial flows and better financing? Everyone will have 30 seconds. Now, let me start with the lady over there. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Flora Saboni from Botswana. I'm an environmental journalist. My question is directed to the gentleman from the World Bank. Sir, the World Bank is fond of giving
African Development Bank.
African Development Bank. Oh, okay. Oh, not World Bank. Okay. Yes. I would like to know what is your position regarding these climate finance investment funds coming in the form of loans? Is this not a way of impoverishing very poor African countries? And what is the African Development Bank doing about that? I'm saying this, and I'm afraid the new loss and damage fund is going to go to the World Bank, and I think African countries will be made to obtain loans instead of them being given as grants. So I'd like to know what you are going to do as the African Development Bank to try and chip in this issue. Thank you very much. Then my other question is directed to the lady from Volvo. I know now as we speak, you are quite ahead of developing countries. You are now going to be, you have already introduced these electronic cars, electronic trucks, and electronic, buses and all that. When are you going to take along developing countries? Because right now we are still using fossil fuels, and we are going to continue using them. And there's no infrastructure for electric cars, electric vehicles. So I want to know from you, when is Volvo? Does Volvo have a plan in place to take along developing countries such as mine, such as Botswana? Because we are willing to also start, using, electric cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, if you look at the definition of climate finance that we apply, it includes both different kind of financing instruments, including grants, loans, equity, guarantee. All of that are used in the way of deploying climate finance. Of course, the initial climate finance focus is on grants, but we see even when you look at the existing global funds like the GCF or the Global Environment Facility, there are some grant components as well as loan components. So it depends on how you structure the projects. When it comes to deploy the resources through private sector, for instance, a private sector, have to pay back the money because they make business out of it. For instance, if you want to build renewable energy infrastructure, the private sector is going to use the money and they are going to sell the energy to distribute the energy, etc. So depending on the type of projects, you decide on the type of instrument you use, be it grant or loan. For us at the African Development Bank, we know that when it comes to structuring projects, you have to be careful about not adding burden on the debt distress that African countries are already facing. So, for instance, we launched the Climate Action Window initiative that we launched grants money to leverage resources that can be used by private sector to invest in infrastructure projects. So we start with grants, but when it comes to borrow money to private sector, because they are going to make money out of it, we are going to invest it as a loan, equity, or guarantee. Thank you.
Before she leaves.
Okay, so as I mentioned in the beginning, our strategy is a global strategy. By 2040, we are to be net zero. So everything that's being sold in any country needs to be net zero, including, of course, the countries in Africa then. So, but this will have to be done region by region and segment by segment. And by that, I mean different types of transportation will be ready at different times. This is not easy to do in Europe. This is not easy to do in Africa. This is not easy to do anywhere. But if I would say something, I would say that I think a good tool to start with in any country is to look upon the public procurement that's being done in different countries for public transport, but also other types of public procurement, because you need to start somewhere. And we would be super happy to engage in discussions with any country or region or city about that.
Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Given from POSCO Research Institute. Just one quick question. In the face of increasing severity and frequency of extreme weather events, do you foresee insurance becoming a more important factor? And how do you see private and public markets responding to and evolving alongside these risks?
Shall I ask David to take this one?
Yeah, very good question. I mean, I think we've seen, and I come from Canada. In the North American context, we've clearly seen infrastructure in certain markets start to exit, right? And that's clearly not the answer, right? We do not want insurance exiting. Rather, I think it's more about ensuring that we've got a more enlightened perspective, and certainly a number of insurance companies are having this. That it's not just about kind of coming in from a risk protection or risk transfer at the back end of the exercise, right? But it's really kind of working in we talked about public-private collaborations, being more involved in the front and mitigation. So we talked about, de-risking. I think that's a good example there of bringing the various parties together in the financial ecosystem, right? To be able to identify how do we actually mitigate upfront the risk, of course, have these kind of structured mechanisms in place to deal with things after that.
And that's a very good way of wrapping up our session with the de-risking question. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think to de-risk, I think it's super important that we have that we share the same ambition. So we know that we are looking for the same type of goal. We need also to be transparent on our roadmaps. We are willing to be transparent on what we see are the ways forward. So I think that's a very good way. And then, of course, what we also need to see is a stable environment with regards to regulation and policy, so we know how we can act.
Okay. All right. I think if we do an investing in the green infrastructure, we're not just thinking about the financial return out of it, but we have to think about social and environmental, including climate change returns out of it. So that's why we need to put a proper valuation on the ecosystem services, and I recommend us to invest that a project that deliver multiple services and environmental services. So not just thinking about the payback period, not thinking about net present values of the project, but broader than that.
Thank you very much. I think first, the greatest risk would be not doing anything to address the risks that we have. And secondly, note that countries are very different. The risks are very different. Therefore, what we need to do is meaningful engagement. That's only when we can really understand the risks per country. And I think most importantly, in addition to the regulatory environment, we need to assist countries to build capacity because some of these issues are very complex just to understand them and to know what to do. So capacity building is very critical, including the research and innovation that goes with that. Thank you.
Quickly on de-risking, I think there are 2 points I see. One is at the government level. I think there is a need also to create the enabling environment for investment to flow. I mean, regulatory frameworks, climate sensitive legislations are really needed for investment to come. At our level, being development partner institutions or partners for those countries, we also need to use strategically our public funds to de-risk for private sector money to come. So, and I think sometimes it has to do with feasibility studies climate risk assessments, environmental and social studies. And if when you can use the public funds to do that, you create some comfort for private sector to come and invest. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this session today. We thank our distinguished panel for joining us and for making this a very enjoyable conversation, and the excellent audience for being part of this engagement. Thank you very much and have a great afternoon.
Really? All right.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this session at COP28. We're really excited to be here. I'm David Carlin. I head up risk for the United Nations Environment Program's Finance Initiative. And we're going to be talking about the use of scenarios and the diversity of use in the financial sector in order to accelerate the transition to net zero and to manage the risks on that journey to get there, and to get there in a way that prioritizes both our mitigation and adaptation goals. What we've tried to do today is bring together a diverse panel for you of some real leaders across the financial sector, the climate modeling sector, to really share their perspectives on how different scenarios are used. And specifically, we're going to focus in on the work of the Network for Greening the Financial System, the NGFS, and their scenarios, which have just been released for a fourth vintage a few weeks ago, as well as a set of short-term scenarios that they've also included. This is really going to be a way of showing how this scientific information becomes financial information and gets put into practice in the hands of decision makers, both prudential regulators, development financial institutions, and the private sector. So I'm really thrilled to be here today and joined by a number of terrific experts from the field who are going to speak. Before we go on, I wanted to just kind of get a pulse check from folks in the room about climate scenarios and scenario use. And sorry, went too far. Just get a couple kind of quick pulse checks from you on scenarios and scenario use. So for those of you who have used scenarios before, have you used them for target settings? We'll just do a show of hands and see a few of the different most common uses. You can keep your hand raised if you use it for multiple applications, but net zero target setting, have you worked with scenarios in this context or others? Just getting a chance to see that. How about for risk management or reporting? How about for internal strategy or internal metrics? Great. And then finally, for engagement with clients or others. Great. It's nice to see a number of folks not only raising their hands for multiple uses, but also especially for that important one. So we're going to begin with the regulatory perspective. We'll talk about the commissioning of the NGFS scenarios, their latest use and structure. And we're really lucky to have Livio Straka, who is going to be speaking to us about this. He is a Deputy Director General. He also is the chair of the NGFS work stream on scenario design and analysis. So with that, I will hand to Livio to share a bit about his work and about the work of this really important scenarios work stream.
So thank you, David. And, here I have an operational problem in the sense that the slides are in my back and I can't really see, but I think I remember them, so I can go, about without them. So first of all, I'm very glad to be here. So as David mentioned, I am in charge of the scenario work stream in the NGFS, the Net for Greening Financial System. So for those of you who don't know what these scenarios are, so these essentially are a set of possible futures, internally consistent futures, so not forecasts, but scenarios, where we try to combine climate science with economics. So part of the scenarios are based on the integrated assessment models, the IAMs, but not entirely. So we use other models, in particular for the so-called damage function, so the effect of climate on income, on GDP. And we have a number of also economic and financial variables, because these are scenarios that are used also primarily actually by central banks and supervisors to run, for example, climate stress tests and so forth. So these are the primary uses of these scenarios, but we also would like to extend, the audience, our audience, and also to try to, yeah, perhaps, yeah, because I cannot see. Also try to involve also financial institutions, in their risk management, in their, net zero plans, to guide them. And so these scenarios are awfully important also for those institutions. I just want to mention briefly that we have greatly enhanced the data download functions. So for those of you who actually want to, simply have a look at these scenarios, the data are easy to download. They are updated annually, much more frequently than the IPCC and the IAA scenarios. And as I said, they contain a much larger number of variables because they don't only contain climate-related variables, but also economic variables. So these are the main advantages of those scenarios. I could spend, an hour discussing them, but perhaps I don't want to monopolize the panel. So these are the basics of these scenarios. But I'm very happy to take questions, of course, in the remainder of the panel.
Great. So I think the regulatory perspective is really key because taking these scenarios from what they started out as, which were really critical to the IPCC, and developing them further into the state that they are today, has really been an effort guided not only by the supervisors and by the work that Livio and the team he oversees is doing, but of course by the expert modelers themselves. So I'm really also very glad to have us here from YASA, the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. YASA is one of the creators of a number of the important models that are used not only by the NGFS, but also in the IPCC. And so also talk a little bit about the creation of these models and their evolution from where they started about 4 to 5 years ago to how they've evolved today.
Yeah, thanks, David. And if we indeed go to the next slide, there is this the big overview of what makes these scenarios unique in the context of other scenarios that are out there. Because I think the NGFS scenarios that we produce are we try to really be on the frontier of the scientific field, especially on the integration of both the mitigation and the impacts, and then all of the financial indicators. And in doing so, that leads to an incredibly large schematic, as you see here, of how we produce them. We start from scenario literature on the scientific side using GDP and economic projections based on latest IMF projections, and then going into the long term on shared socioeconomic pathways with a lot of central banker input. I think it's our most intensive stakeholder process, basically, that we have effectively running it with so many central banks. Then there's 3 integrated assessment models that quantify these scenarios and provide the information to a whole set of further post-processing tools. On the one hand, we downscale to the country level to come up with ranges on the country level that are consistent with what happens in the integrated assessment model regions, which are much larger, 10 to 12 regions per globally. We go into climate impacts, both on the economic side, but also on physical climate impacts, and then bring all of that together in the NIGEM integrated macro financial framework to bring the implications on GDP for all of this. If you go to the next slide, I think across the whole landscape, not only this whole fully integrated picture makes them really unique, but the engagement and strong stakeholder process, basically, of really sort of interactive development of the scenarios and of what is important for the users to bring in the regular release, and then this combination of physical risk and transition risk. We try to really have very high sectoral granularity compared to databases that we publish, for example, in the context of IPCC assessments, also other research projects. It's often very aggregated regions, aggregated sectors. But here we really try to publish all of as raw as possible, the information, basically as high granularity as possible for users, and that we find of really high use.
So I think that getting a sense of how these scenarios are unique is a very good starting ground for thinking about now how they're applied by financial sector actors, and not just the NGFS scenarios, but also the scenarios that are companion scenarios or other ones. And part of this is to really hear. I know when we asked the questions before, a number of you raised your hands around net zero target setting, around risk management, around disclosure. And so let's see some live examples of that. So really really fortunate to have Dana Barsky here from Standard Chartered, who is going to be speaking to us. She leads their sustainability work and is going to speak about not only oversight of sustainability, but also of net zero. And so she'll speak about the use of scenarios within the institution, which I'm sure is quite diverse and varied, but interested to hear how this is flowing again from IPCC to then this development over the last few years and into the hands of financial actors who are beginning to take these scenarios and drive decisions with them. So over to you, Dana.
Thank you. I would say too, just looking at my picture, you always look better on screen than you do after a long day at COP. Um, so, just to talk a little bit about, we touched on regulatory, but I think it's important to mention that even though I represent the private sector, obviously we're very impacted by the evolving regulatory expectations. I think supervisors are expecting full integration of climate risk into our business strategies by the end of 2024. As a global firm, we really look at the regulators across the globe, even though we're PRA regulated. We, for instance, look at what the mass is thinking as well. And from our perspective, they are really varied. And some of them are looking more long term, especially on the horizon. Some are looking more long term, some are looking short term. Some are relying on different of the scenarios than others. And so it's interesting to see how they're thinking about it. But as a private institution, if we were only thinking about what the regulators are doing, that would be a huge miss. I mean, it would be almost irresponsible of us to not be thinking about and integrating climate risk. And so at our firm, we do use the three NGFS scenarios as well as the three IEA scenarios. We look at them across the board. And we've also made our own scenarios on the shorter term as well. We really like to think about how they're built, the differences and the similarities between them, and try to coalesce to try and understand both the transition risks and the physical risks. So how do we use it representing the private sector here? So we use it in, I'd say, 4 ways. And we've asked the crowd this before. Number one is risk management, of course. What does that mean for a bank? That means regulatory stress testing. It means capital adequacy. It really means analysis of risks across its clients and its sectors. And really what we're trying to do is have an informed opinion of expected credit losses under different scenarios. It's broad, it's horizon scanning, and really it helps inform our risk appetites across different sectors. Risk is important, but I also think it's critical to look at the NGFS scenarios as much broader. The second way that we use it, as others have indicated here, is in our strategy and in our planning. We very much look at them as forward planning, forward looking, and we try to do analysis really country by country, sector by sector to develop our corporate plan. And as part of that, I would say is our third way that we use it is really trying to identify opportunities, so business opportunities within sectors, within countries, particularly as we talk to our clients about transition plans. And that's just really so important here, that we look at these scenarios and think about them when we're talking to our clients and helping them transition and providing transition financing along the way. So that's really an opportunity for us as well. And then finally, the last way that we do use it is to inform our net zero program. I would say we have used it particularly in the hardest to abate sectors, be it cement, aluminum, and commercial real estate in particular. But being able to look at these scenarios holistically alongside of IEA have really helped us in our own net zero program, and particularly with respect to scope 3, which is our lending, which is most critical to a financial institution such as ours. So with that, happy to answer questions later.
Yeah, thanks so much, Dana. And I think it's not just, of course, the private sector actors that are using and applying scenarios. We also have development institutions and those that are working not only to balance the mitigation goals we have on climate change, but also sustainable development. So it's great to have Bert Croce here. He's chief statistician at the IMF, and he'll talk a little bit about their perspective on scenarios and scenario use. And then after he speaks, we'll open it up for some questions and then have a little bit of a discussion around application and some of the things that you've heard today. So over to you, Bert.
And congratulations to the colleagues at NGFS for the successful launch of the phase 4 scenarios. I think they really help us to understand better the economic and financial implications and consequences of climate change. So I'm asked today to say something on how the IMF uses the scenarios. Climate change is core to the mandate of the IMF. The mandate of the IMF is to look after financial stability and sustainable economic growth, and it's clear that climate change is a big threat for both. So let me start by give a few examples of support we provide to countries related to climate change. And basically in surveillance, each year we conduct an annual health check of members' economies. This is called an Article 4 consultation. So we go to countries and we look into risks on climate change, on digitalizations, on, well, the pandemic, and other things. We also carry out specific assessments, surveillance of the financial sector. These are the so-called FSAPs, and that looks at risks particularly in the financial sector. Climate change also plays a role in our lending, in our countries having borrowing money. We recently started the Resilience and Sustainability Facility. This is directed at affordable long-term financing to countries who want to invest to reduce risks to prospective balance of payment stability, including to things like climate change and to pandemic preparedness. Well, it's clear that in this surveillance, in this looking at risks, but also in allocating loans, it's important to understand the current and future risks that climate change poses to economic growth and financial stability. And the NGFS pathways are a key building block in understanding climate change related risks. We already started producing experimental indicators based on your work. You can find them on climatedata.imf.org. They show pathways of GDP loss from climate risk, but also a potential GDP benefit from avoided climate damages. One of the key strengths of the NDFS data is the ability to quantify the benefits of acting now rather than pushing the problem to the next decade. Our analysis of your data show that making an early transition to net zero by 2050 could save 7% of GDP. You can see that in the graph compared to current policies. And this is because the economic benefits of accelerating the transition to a low carbon economy vastly outweigh its costs, limiting global warming to 1.5%. Rather than reaching almost 3% by the end of the century, carries sizable economic returns. The ability to quantify the benefits of acting now is a powerful tool that policymakers can and do use to advocate for action. And in my view, this is one of the main uses of the NDFS data, and we use it in that respect. For example, this graph. But in addition to being an important advocacy tool, the data will improve advice we provide to countries and allow us to prioritize where we should focus our efforts by providing the IMF with a global heat map of forward-looking risk indicators. And it's not only the IMF. Last year in Bali, the ministers of finance and central bank governors of the G20 they asked the IMF to lead an initiative on data gaps. Together with the World Bank, the UN, the OECD, the BIS, the FSB, ECB, and all G20 economies, including now the African Union and the European Union, to work on 14 data gaps. 7 of them are on climate, and 1 of them is on these physical and transition risks. So basically, they are saying we need information on this for right steering our policies and doing our work. Well, the NDFS scenarios are a clear important input in the work of that data gaps initiative. In closing, I'd like to mention that at the IMF, we also do a lot of capacity development work. Recently started work on climate data, capacity development work. It's currently paid by the Swiss Ministry of Economic Affairs. We work with 8 countries, and there's a lot of interest in those countries also to have better insight at what are the risks to the economies, population, employment, financial sector, and we try to work on that too. And there also the NDFS scenarios will be quite instrumental. So thank you.
Great. I think that that's really terrific, and it's great to get perspectives from not just the modeling teams, not just those that are using scenarios, not just those that are critical to the NGFS, but really the entire ecosystem. And maybe I'll start off with the first question, and then open it up to the audience by just asking, what role do you see scenarios playing as a tool to accelerate a sustainable and net zero transition? And I know that we've talked a bit about use cases here, but really eager to hear your perspectives on their role as a tool. So interested to start with that, and then of course open it to the audience.
Perhaps I can have a first go as a in our in our case the scenarios are probably a twofold nature. So one is is a tool for us to run climate stress tests, and these of course are also an element of a broader strategy to green the financial system, from which by the way we don't have a direct mandate. So so it's a question of accompanying the financial system towards climate policies that are set by other policymakers. So for us, a key not a concern, but a key limitation is that we are not climate policymaker. So we accompany the transition, but we don't do it. But clearly, the scenarios are a tool for this accompanying function. And perhaps they can also play a role in showing, I guess, showcasing the cost of not acting for policymaking, hopefully. I mean, it's very clear. I mean, there was a discussion these days, for example, that fossil fuel should or should not be reduced. I mean, the scenarios clearly say that 2/3 of fossil fuel should be put away if you want to go to a net zero world. So the information is there, can be used. So hopefully it helps in the debate as well.
Yeah. Now, in a role of the scenarios is very strong also in convincing and showing what the full picture is, and that's I think what makes these scenarios very helpful compared to earlier and other discourses where if you look, for example, traditionally you look very much on the mitigation scenarios in isolation compared to the impact stories in isolation. And in an assessment like the IPCC does, you can then still bring it all together from across the whole literature to paint a picture of both the costs and benefits. But with this, bringing it all together in one set of scenarios, even though there's methodological challenges and it's it's not easy to do that, but it's really important what you see here now in how this comes together, in how it's much more convincing that if you actually look at the full picture of both transition risk and physical risk, that the case for climate policy is so much stronger than when you look at it in isolation. And that's what really helps with this set and product, I think.
Yeah, I kind of can repeat. It's important as an advocacy tool to see that if you do nothing, it really hurts the economy. That's important to convince policymakers to take action now. And then, yes, they're modeling uncertainties, and there might be some variance in the estimates. but they're quite robust if you look at the different parameters. And so that's important too, to bring people into action. And again, by showing what can happen under different policy scenarios, it helps you choose the policy scenarios, but also where to invest in what countries and what to do. So what will be affected.
I would just say from a banking perspective, while it's a little bit different from the gentleman over here, I would say while it informs our net zero program and it's important to our net zero program, to me as a bank, I think it's much more critical as a risk management tool and as a strategy and planning tool. So I would say if I kind of were breaking it out into the four sectors that I spoke about earlier, I would say informing our net zero program is important, but I certainly wouldn't weight it the most of the four ways that we use it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point about the uses of scenarios, and that we often talk about having the right tool for the job. And while in some cases these scenarios can feel a bit like Swiss Army knives, it's also that the last several years have seen with the NGFS the creation not of an NGFS super tool, but really of a toolkit of short-term scenarios, of more detailed physical risk modeling, of greater granularity across a variety of areas within the IAMs. But I want to throw it open also to the audience to see what questions you have about scenarios and uses. I see you have the mic, so that kind of gives you the bully pulpit. And then if you don't mind passing it to your neighbor over there.
Sure, thank you. If I can hijack this slightly and take it into my sector of infrastructure, how would you use the NGFS scenarios, both in terms of financing infrastructure and how you'd hope the engineers are applying the physical side of things? Maybe if you could say something on that.
Yeah, I'll talk on the financing piece. Absolutely critical. I think when we look at we are a lender, we are a project finance lender in the developing world. Many of the countries in which we lend are extremely impacted by climate, and we need to absolutely look at that. So that is part of our climate risk assessment, and it's I would say probably one of the I should have actually spoken about it earlier with respect to project finance and infrastructure. It's quite critical to us.
We don't lend on projects, we lend to countries, so it's different, I think, for us.
Next question.
I work trying to implement scenarios from you guys and also developing scenarios for the ISSB reporting, et cetera. And one of the problems I see over and over and over again is that people think a 1.5 degree net zero scenario for transition equals a 1.5 degree scenario for physical risk. And they should be not connected at all, because physical risk is a global thing and transition risks and things that are going to happen in the economy are national things. And in fact, we probably have a 3 degree scenario for physical risk and 1.5 for decarbonization if you're aggressively decarbonizing. And I'm just wondering kind of how you handle those interactions between the physical and transition and people conflating the two in the scenario application. And I know none of us really would do that, but it's a problem I run into basically every time I try to work with a client on this subject.
So if I understand the question correctly, you are saying that if a country acts in isolation, say, then the transition risk is for the country, but the physical risk doesn't change much, unless the country is super big.
Exactly correct.
Yeah.
And most firms operating in a country, say like Australia, New Zealand, where I live, are going to probably have the physical risk dependent on what happens in India, but the national policy is going to drive net zero on a lot of transition issues. So people aren't seeming to grasp this very well.
Okay,
Just
so
wondering
yeah.
how you view that.
So I fully agree that people don't grasp this. And, now in Europe, we are doing a new stress test called Fit for 55. And there I also struggle with my colleagues precisely on this point, because they seem to conflate the physical and the transition, while the EU only contributes less than 10% of emissions. So whatever the EU does won't change much the global warming. So I fully agree that I mean, just to advertise one of the new scenarios in the latest release is called fragmented world. So in that fragmented world scenario, you have so basically in this fragmented world, some countries do the transition, some countries don't. So in that scenario, you find what you're looking for, but I agree that this doesn't solve the problem that people confuse those, of course. So, but we have to think about it. It's a good question. I have to think about how to improve this perception. I don't know if others.
Ross, I feel like you've been in this space for a while and exploring these interplays. So I'm curious to hear how you think about them and explain them also to folks.
Yeah, no, I was also going to point to the fragmented world and the disorderly scenarios, which are your starting point at least to combine doing a lot of effort with at the same time having a lot of impact potentially. The problem is, of course, that we make in that scenario quite particular assumptions on which are the regions that are still going for being stringent on the policy side. Those are the regions that have net zero targets at the moment, and others don't. Right, and so you build in where that tension sits. It doesn't have to be that way, and every disorderly scenario is unique in that sense. Right, that the tension between which countries actually are the ones that go forward and which are the ones that are lagging can be really different, and you might in a way need a sort of toolbox based on mix and match kind of approach of across the scenarios of what you could combine. We could consider indeed thinking in terms of guidance of which ones you could in these type of situations actually sort of consistently bring together or not.
Other audience questions. I know that there are a few that I think people listening online or others have emailed to me.
There's a question here.
But wanted to hear. Yeah.
Habari. My name is Rahma Jawa, founder and CEO of Rahami Aquaculture from Tanzania. We are actually doing the inland seaweed farming for the primary aim of reducing ocean acidifications and increasing the production of the seaweed so that it can be helped to harvest of the blue carbons. So as like this year, we have seen that like UN Environment have come up with the two, they uploaded basically two basic research based on how seaweed can be scaled up and mitigate a climate change, that one. And also they open up the market, the other research that have been uploaded that for the market of the seaweed. So with us, we come up with the technological innovation. So whereby we pump water from the oceans and then we measure parameters before it get into the seaweed. Then we can be able to measure the ocean acidification has been reduced in and coming out. So my question is, when it comes to the financing, because we have been seeing like, okay, you finance the country, but other projects are not like coming direct from the country, like from the governmental level, but the project are come from maybe an NGO or private companies. How does the UN environment facilitating or do capacitating those kind of a project, especially that has a great impact? Because as you can see, the project can just increase the ocean acidification, which can increase that 1.5 degrees centigrade. As you can see that the carbon dioxide that have been come from the all of it and into the oceans. So by doing that, you'll find that it can help to increase the 0.5 or the emission by 45% as we're all here in. So I really need, and I'm really like anxious to know and understand how does UN environment can fund the project which are not on the level of the government or on the private. That's our question.
So what I would say is, for the most part, what we're talking about in this particular panel is focused more on the use of global scenarios and the downscaling of those scenarios. But of course, that is a bit of a top-down dynamic. We also need to think about the reality of the world, which is a bottom-up one. And what that means is that programs, whether they're funded or supported by international agencies or others, play a contributing role in whether we make or don't reach our goals. Maybe one thing, and Boss, maybe you're well equipped to speak to this, and others as well. How do you think about some of those bottom-up dynamics in these models? Because we see them, they're global. We see these single numbers of 1.5 for this pathway, or 2.0 or 2.3, but clearly they're the component parts are underlying projects and initiatives and policies. So how does all of that kind of come together for those of us maybe that aren't as technically in the details?
Yeah, and maybe also to, I assume your project also does this for carbon dioxide removal by the growth of seaweed, and that is one of the aspects in the scenarios, of course, where you always still need quite some carbon dioxide removal at some point to compensate for sectors that are very hard to abate. In terms of what is in the scenarios, it's very generic, as very generic technologies of how we are going to remove this carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. But in the end, simply because the technologies are not far enough ahead that we can really put in multiple different ones to say, okay, these are the more promising ones than others. But in the end, that cluster of technologies is innovation that needs to happen over the next decades to really find out the most promising ones so that they can receive the investments.
For us, we have been proven with a prototype because we did the inland, because we were not able to prove it by the time we were doing in a deep sea or offshore. But by the time we take on the seascape, we manage to quantify, because we measure the water before getting into the seaweed pond. Then we measure the parameter. You find maybe it comes with carbon dioxide, maybe 20, 25. Then you let the water get into the seaweed ponds. Then you allow the water to stay at least for 3 hours, 2 hours. Then from there you release the water. But before you release the water, you measure again at the parameter using IoT technology. You measure again the parameters, so you'll find the differences. So with us, we managed to quantify the amount of carbon dioxide absorbed. So you find that maybe it comes with 25, then the time it's leaving, it goes with something like 15 or 10. But it depends, because our procedure goes 24 hours. So it's we have been able to quantify. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I think that the quantification also connects into an important point, which is what assumptions are we making in the projects, but also, of course, in the scenarios. And maybe one question I would ask the panel, we maybe have time for one or two more from the audience, but one that I would ask the panel is, when it comes to scenario assumptions, how should people think about the uncertainty that exists? Because of course we at COP28 here, we as humanity are one of those uncertainties in terms of the choices we make. And so we're always facing a world not that is the most likely or the most certain, but rather one where we're dealing with these questions of nearly radical uncertainty, whether it's the assumption on how well a technology works or whether it's the assumption on what we do. So how should listeners here and online maybe think about uncertainty and use scenarios effectively in light of that?
Yeah, perhaps just a general introduction. So I think the idea of uncertainty. I think I would relate it more to the concept of a forecast. But as I said before, the scenario are not forecasts. So I see the scenarios as internally consistent futures, a set of futures. So in a sense, I mean, they do reflect uncertainty, because otherwise we would not need scenarios. And the fact that we have multiple scenarios, quite different, between each other, is a manifestation of uncertainty. But to think of a scenario as something that is surrounded by uncertainty for me, is slightly incorrect, because it's not a forecast. So you have uncertainty around the forecast. So that's how. But perhaps you want to say more about it, or
Yeah, for a policy use, it's important to describe the assumptions and the uncertainties that there are. Obviously, there's a lot of modeling involved, and the good thing is that you describe more than one model, so and it's all quite robust, and not only decimals after the comma, but So I think it's important to not look at one scenario, but more than scenarios, more than one model. Also look at other models, understand NDFS, describe as much of the model assumptions and uncertainty, and then well, we can use them.
Yeah, to come to your point about how humanity is a bigger uncertainty in there. Indeed, I think at the moment we build the scenarios very much around the middle of the road projection of what we think population and GDP might how they might evolve over the next 50 years. We have in the research community developed much wider sets of scenarios of how population, GDP, but also attitudes towards the environment and technology development would, could be how we could scope that uncertainty of that development over the next decades. That body of work we summarized in the shared socioeconomic pathways to try to have similar scenarios across different modeling studies hasn't made it into the NGFS sets of scenarios yet, but this is definitely one on our list to bring in that kind of socioeconomic uncertainty as well, even though it will multiply the amount of effort that needs to go in to produce them. But it is a very relevant uncertainty because doing the same integrations of physical risk and transition risk in a very high developed, low population rich world is a completely different case than if you have a very high population and low economic growth world.
No, I would just say, look, I think the scenarios are extremely relevant to a large global organization like myself that's considering the risks and opportunities. I mean, just thinking about the comment on the seaweed farm from this woman, I think it's hard to use these scenarios for such a narrow um, sector. It's look, I for one am just thrilled to hear about emerging companies that are focused on seaweed, not only from a carbon perspective, but also, frankly, from a methane reduction. As you can use, as you probably are aware, you can use seaweed to feed to animals, and it's reducing methane um, that's released. So I guess my point is really just trying to think about how to relate them back. But I think it is hard, um, and it's certainly more suited when you're looking at much broader range of geographies and impacts. On a side note, you should talk to me afterwards about a research report that Stan Chart has put out on seaweed and the incredible importance to the world economy. And it's actually called Kelp is on the Way.
So I think we are now into our lightning round. So maybe just some closing thoughts, perhaps a look ahead on the use of scenarios by your organizations, the development of them, the application in the industry or by others in the space. Maybe if we can just go starting with Bert and go across on maybe your 30-second view of the future there.
Well, I just ask, Basque Livio to continue this great work, include more scenarios, describe the uncertainties. It's a way that all the scientific knowledge can really be used in practice or bridges all the scientific knowledge to the work that we need to do. What we'll do is to introduce it in our own climate change data dashboards, not only NGFS scenarios, we go broader. It's just helpful, and we try to use the data to direct our work and to help our countries as good as possible.
For us, the production of these NGFS scenarios and the regularity of them with the annual releases is a major innovation, also beyond the integration of everything. And spreading that practice that we're now experimenting with to more scenario teams, so that it becomes more on the whole research community side, actually much more common to have regularly updated and very recent scenarios and develop tools and platforms to have those be harvested also for users beyond this set of NGFS, but in a much broader sense, is also really a priority going forward in the next few years.
Yeah, so I would say we have three big objectives for the next 2 years. So one is to work on the short-term scenarios. We haven't talked much about those, but we also have new short-term scenarios which can be useful for stress tests and other purposes. So that's number one. Number two is to improve the modeling of physical risk. So we have made an effort, but we're still not there in terms of capturing the effect of physical, so the effect of essentially climate on the economy. And number three is to consider more non-linear or adverse scenarios. And we are discussing with our consortium of scientists, what can be done there. And so it's not sure that we will be able to do something there, but we'll try to make at least one of the scenarios more extreme, and and see what happens.
From my perspective, I love the granularity. We are going to be looking to incorporate the fourth scenario in everything that we do. Coming out of COP, I sure hope the hothouse scenario is wrong and that this week has made a difference to change the future of those worst case scenario models.
I think that's as good a closing as we can have. If only we didn't have a week left in the conference, that would be a good thing to send us all back with a bit of hope. So thank you, Dana, but also, of course, thank you, Bert and Boss and Livio. Really, really insightful. This is a topic that, of course, is not a 45-minute topic, and I also applaud you for making this so tangible. What can often feel quite technical, and for those on the line and those in the room, please continue to explore these. The tools and the resources available are only growing every day, both from the NGFS Explorer, a plug for one of our new reports from UNEP FI looking at getting started on climate risk management and disclosure for emerging economies, looks at different risks, but also looks at how does one get started on scenario analysis when there is data that is limited, incomplete, or potentially challenging. So please explore those resources. We're all constantly learning. As you saw here, this is an iterative process, and scenarios are a tool. They're not a prediction, but they are one that can help us to accelerate the path we're all on together. So thank you everyone for joining us.